That's what I need. Hey, David. See if I can get set back up. Slowly getting there. Thank you. Well, I'm glad I did a couple streams before finally doing this one. I sure had stuff messed up. Too out of place, too long. So what was going on with, because I noticed now Cajun only gives the link out in emails. Did something happen that caused a security issue or something? But were the trolls actually getting on? Because they end up backstage first. Hey, Con Collection and more, how you doing? Ed Nikolai, thanks for stopping in. Well, give me a second here, guys. I'm not set up too well yet. Oh, good. Alrighty. Give me just a minute, guys, and I'll get a couple people up here. Almost set up. Just a second. Okay, Michael, I sent you a email. Hey, Midnight. Catherine Lee. Hello. Sean Craven. Hello. Oh, they actually were using people's icons. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I've heard, Rich. They were like people would come in on as other people and steal their YouTube channel icon, and then they'd start acting up. I guess I don't know.
Yeah, because icons are really easy
Yeah.
to snag, but
And then once they weren't backstage and once they were up live, then they would I don't know, do
get carried away.
Whatever they would do on it. I didn't see it happen to anybody, but I guess enough people were saying it was happening. It wasn't just to occasion; it was to a bunch of people.
I'll be darned.
Yeah.
Doing really good, Coin Collection and more. Thanks for asking. Well, thanks, guys, for the heads up.
Yeah.
I recognize this guy's voice.
There you go.
Yeah, so if somebody else wants in, just let me know, and I'll send you a link.
Sounds cool. I think I might use these in my giveaway. I found a couple of these sitting around.
I like those.
A couple of the reverse proof Kennedys from 2014.
Yeah. I forget. I guess it was the Silver Eagles that started doing that reverse proof quite a while back. And
yeah, I think the first one was 2006 maybe, and one of their anniversary sets.
Yeah, one of my buddies bought quite a few of the sets and kept trying to sell me a bunch. And now I kick myself for not grabbing them.
Yeah. I recently sold a sealed box of 10 of those that a guy had in his safe for the last 13 years or so.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I think we got right around $3,000, a little over $300 a set or something.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
I like the style.
Yeah. So that should be fun.
Okay, Silverman, I don't think I have your email. So
you can put your email up on the screen or in the chat.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. So send me an email and I'll.
Or you just typed it in in the chat too. You see that? Typed in his.
All right. I'm all out of my timing's all off for everything. Normally I have all these windows already open, ready to go.
Yeah, that's cool.
And I'm back at the first beginning learning squares of streaming again. Darn it.
What are you talking about? It's like riding a bike. You'll get right back on. For the most part, I think so.
Alrighty.
Yeah, I probably need to start streaming some more. That's what's going to get my watch time up, because I know, like, whenever I do that, it's like I see that huge spike in hours, but every time I think of doing it, I click on and I see like 3 or 4 other people are streaming, and I just usually join their streams. It's like what David said. He's like, there's always somebody else, and he just likes joining theirs. And yeah, I know how that works. But.
All right, Super Silverman. I'll just be 1 second here.
So we got Sean in here, Ed's in here. Okay, very cool. Make sure you guys all click that like button for Rich.
Thank you.
And that'd be very, very cool. Midnight Silver Run made it on in. Cool. Good to see you. Yeah, I really need to do those mail call videos. I should probably be doing that before I start playing around with new stuff like giveaways and all that. But I like to do them just like a few things in each video. I mean, I could just do 1 hour-long mail call that would have like 20-some packages in it, but I don't know. I prefer not to do that. But it's like every time I run to the PO box, there's like another person wants to do a sticker trade, or there's something I won in some giveaway that I didn't even remember. It's like I just got to get caught up, otherwise I'm always going to be behind.
Yeah, I just take it for granted that it's never ending.
Yeah, I think that. I mean, believe me, I'm thankful and feel fortunate that I'm even getting a lot of mail, which I like getting it. But it's like, I don't know. I know some people get upset like when they send something, and when I tell everybody, hey, send me something and I'll make sure to do a shout out for you. And then it's like, I don't do it for a month and a half or something. I know, which for me, that's fine. You know, I don't expect much because, you know, I'm not paying anybody to do any of this. It's all fun and it's our hobby. But I know, especially some of the younger folks, like if you don't like do it within 24 hours of receiving something, they start wondering what's going on.
That's why I warn everybody in big advance.
Yeah.
If you're getting anything from me, it's going to take a few.
Or even like when I do some of the giveaways, like even in Cajun stream, like every now and then I'd say like, hey, let's just give something away real quick. And I'd like give away like a silver recorder or something. It's like, depending on who wins, it's like sometimes like the next day, hey, have you shipped out my quarter? It's like, no, not yet. It's like, settle down. And I'll get to it when I get to it. But if someone buys something or something, I try to get on it like within 24 hours. But like for the freebie stuff and the sticker trades, sometimes that stuff waits a little bit. I try not to let it go too long. But
my problem is when I show stuff and people say, you know, they ask about it, and I know the grade of that coin,
yeah,
but I don't remember where I put it. So I'm able to give them a price and tell them it's theirs, you know, for that price, and it's sold. But then I have to locate it, and it's tough. It's really tough. I used to have everything so well organized, but when I started streaming, I just started showing stuff at random and just, you know.
Oh, yeah.
I found a bunch of my Morgans inside my $50 box, and it's like I was doing it all in the dark. Oh, wait a minute. I was doing it in the dark.
Right.
So I have to shut off my main light and use a little LED for this camera because it's what works best.
Yeah.
So I sent you an email, Silverman.
Yeah, he should have gotten that and been up by now.
Yeah, I was a little slow on getting it to him, I think.
Okay.
Plus, I have AOL, so they're not always right away.
Wow, I just started looking up the prices of these reverse proof Kennedy halves. I haven't looked them up in a while, and I didn't realize they were going for that much. They're like between 50 and 75 bucks they sell for just in the capsules.
Oh, nice.
So I don't know if I want to give them away now. That's a lot. Well, I don't know. I mean, I got them a few years ago cheap, so I guess it's not that big of a deal.
What's your Indian head?
My Indian head, that's you. That's you on my screen.
Oh, that's my icon. Okay.
Yeah, did it look familiar to you?
Yeah, it did. I thought, wow, he's got a nice one too.
That's funny. Look on my screen, it looks like it's sized about right too, next to the $50 and other things.
Yeah. So when I have my email up. Oops, wrong one.
Yeah, I saw earlier you popped it up. The email was next to it. Yeah.
Wrong one. There it was.
It's funny coming from a guy who gave away 1909. Well, Midnight Silver, remember, it wasn't me that gave that away. It was 25 channels coming together. There's no way I'd be giving away $1,000 on my own. I mean, I just can't afford to do that. And, but no, when we got 25 people together to go all in on it and do other things, then it was okay. So, hey, what's up, Super Silver?
How's it going, buddy?
All right.
Hey, nice chatting with you.
Sorry, I was slacking a little bit. I didn't have everything set up to not be holding my phone.
Well, I wasn't holding my phone, but I was definitely left holding the bag here for a few minutes. It took me a while to catch back up. Normally, I have all my windows or my tabs up and ready to go, and it's like, let's see, I'm not plugged into my email. I don't have my YouTube stream showing.
Yeah, I bet. Just speaking of which, I bet Ken Peavy is freaking out right now. I think he's pushing over a week since he's had internet service.
Oh,
That man is probably gonna shoot somebody. I'm not even exaggerating in the slightest. I feel bad for whoever comes to fix his problem.
yeah, either that or he's going to have dozens of videos.
Yeah.
Oh man, he's gonna have a brain aneurysm at a certain point.
Oh, yeah. Before I'd let it go that long, I'd be like streaming from my phone or putting it.
He doesn't have one, remember? He doesn't have a phone. He's out in the boonies with no phone, like no real phone. He's got like a generic one.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
because he had that computer built for him like last year, the year before.
Is that right? Okay.
Yeah, he like pulled together with the CoinOp family and had everybody like donate a little bit. And
Yeah, I heard something about that. I didn't know all the details of it.
I didn't either. That's about the extent of what I've heard. And he had somebody in the family build the computer, which was really cool, which is why I remember.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, I really should get a new computer or something better for streaming. That's one thing that I was on the list. Because I just use my old laptop, and there's only I can only plug in like 2 things and like my microscope and a webcam, and there's really no other USB ports available. And I just know the graphics cards and laptops, especially one that's about 4 years old, probably isn't the best for streaming.
No, now that 60 frames per second and 4K exists.
Well, I just know if I do a stream, like even like when I watch a lot of it, like the laptop starts getting pretty hot too. So
yeah, depending on your options for connections, for your in and out ports on it, there is a way to hook up a graphics card.
Is there? Yeah, I just probably should have something dedicated for this. Like maybe you can get like a desktop that's just always here, and then keep it all off my laptop that I use for like work and other stuff. I should probably have it separate.
Yeah, but you don't need a very expensive one.
Nah, because like right now I just do. I mean, when I do the streaming, it's 1080p, but I set the bit rate way down because I think that helps. I don't know, but
I cherry picked it for $1 the other day because it was in the bottom of a world note bin, an obsolete bin.
Yeah.
So yeah, I ended up grabbing it for $1.
Okay.
One of them Confederate notes.
Cool.
I thought that was pretty sweet.
And your shirt's genuine?
No, but for $1,
Okay.
it's not like
tons of counterfeits, but even those
I know they did too.
People like to buy.
I mean, it seems legit. It's got the right feel to it at least, but I don't know enough about currency to tell up or down to be that in depth with it, to be honest.
Oh, Dave Carlisle says Hidden Numismatist built Ken's computer. That's cool.
That's right. That was the name I was gonna throw out there, but I wasn't sure. So
and he was on Cajun stream just an hour or so ago.
Yeah.
Huh. That's cool.
Oh, yeah.
I built a lot of computers. Because every time I hear a family member or friend trying to do one, it's like, now listen, for the money you're going to spend, we can spend less and get you twice the computer.
Right.
What's wrong with this picture?
Well, if I decide to get something, I might reach out to you because I don't know what what I really need and what I don't. I don't know.
Yeah, please do. Even
Yeah.
if it's just to help, help you pick
Yeah.
one out for something
Right.
simple, a couple $100.
Well, yeah, because
Okay,
I
I'll
use it mostly for, well, I mean, I'll use it for other stuff, but I guess the thing I want it to perform best for is like if I do streaming. So I don't know whether that means I need a good graphics card or whether it makes more sense to buy more RAM or the processor. So yeah,
It's mostly graphics card,
yeah,
and then the RAM helps a lot.
okay.
I'll be taking you up on that offer as well because I know a little bit, and I was just gonna go for the best, cheapest gaming laptop I could find
I'll have a good one, Coin Collection and More.
because I know the gaming ones have a good what the gaming ones have is what the streaming community uses
Right.
as well.
And what you need to watch for on those is a lot of them say that they're gaming laptops, but they don't have a separate graphics card, which is what you need. You need one that has its own graphics card that's separate, not built in.
Yeah, and that Alien one is one of the best from what I heard.
Well, there's a few others out there, but yeah, they're pretty good. That's
Okay.
Off of Dell's.
Hmm.
Dell was selling those ones.
It's just good to hear that the hearsay that I heard was correct. That's kind of nice.
Yeah.
The ones I've heard about those is you're paying a little bit of premium just for the name and the marketing they do. That you could probably build the same thing or have buy another brand that does just as much for a few $100 cheaper. That's
Yeah, and the
Oh,
thing
agreed.
that most people don't realize is the company Asus, ASUS,
yeah.
they make most of the hardware for everybody. And between them and there's another company too that makes all my hard drives.
Yeah.
Between these two companies, they make most of the hardware for all the big computer companies. So if you get an Asus laptop that's a better one for gaming, you're getting a better one than normally that one that you just mentioned, just because, they are making money off of their name. Where Asus, they just are trying to make sales. They're not worried about that because they make everybody's parts anyway, so they're already making filthy money.
Yeah. I don't know. I start getting confused when I got to try to decide whether to get the Intel or the AMD, and I just always get the Intel because that's what I've always had.
Well, the AMDs are worth it these days,
Yeah.
but you don't want to get one of the brand new ones. You want one that's been out for a little bit because they seem to have problems for about a year.
Oh, really? Okay.
Everything figured out. But yeah, they're the ones that if you're doing like a editing system or something, yeah, I highly recommend them.
Yeah, it seems like they always it seems like they're a little cheaper to begin with, but
yeah, they are. And AMD used to be the leader before Intel.
yeah.
At one time, they were the ones to buy for gaming stuff, and Intel was the stuff you got for Office and
Right.
It's covered in PVC. I think I'm going to try an actual dip on this one. After I spend like 4 days dipping foreign coins. Ha ha ha.
Yeah. No, mostly I thought about they make like, what is it, the hub for USB ports so you can plug in more stuff. But I don't even know if that really works too well, but because I just can only plug in the couple things at once. So people ask me, oh, how come you don't do like a face reveal or show your, I'm like, because I got other cameras. I only got 2 spots to plug stuff in, and I'd rather have you looking at the coins right now. But I mean, if I wanted to do stuff like roll searching or anything a little better, then I'd plug in another camera or two, and I think it would be better. But I just don't want to overdo it on my laptop for sure.
Yeah, if it's heating up, you know it's working hard. They do make little fans that you can set them on that help quite a bit.
Yeah, I got one of those somewhere. I just never use it. But yeah, probably sitting flat on my desk isn't the best. I probably should at least have it sitting up on something so air can get under it a little better.
Yeah,
That's
just
true. That was killing the gaming systems for a while there too.
yeah. Okay.
You're showing there 54S. Okay.
I think I actually did find some DDRs in these though.
Samsung, the other company I was thinking of.
Oh, okay.
That's what all my
But
hard
there's-
drives are.
But there's none listed, so I can't say yes for sure.
For what now? I didn't hear you.
The 54S, I think I found a DDR, but there's none listed.
Huh.
Mm-hmm.
Because this was one of the ones out of that BU roll that I had picked up from the coin show. I ended up either putting them in these or guard houses to send out because I wanted to see how good my grading skill was on a couple of these because they were really well struck with very minuscule problems, let alone bag marks. And I was just kind of curious. But in that process, I think I found a DDR or two,
Cool.
but there's none listed on Wexler's, Copper Coins, or Variety Vista, which I find rather strange.
Too bad it's not a 54 Philly.
No, it's a 54S.
Right. That's the one year I haven't got to be able to get a 67 for.
Oh, wrong tube. Ooh, I almost died. Woo!
And they're like $20,000 for a MS67.
That's pretty wild.
For the 54S?
54.
Oh, Philly?
Yep.
Yeah, some of them, the spread between the like a 67 plus and a 68 or a 66 plus and a 67 or whatever that half
It's like
point
40
is,
grand.
can be huge.
I've been looking at that because PCGS, their price guide, they've been having some drastic number changing lately, whether it's up or down. I've been going through their Morgan listings and everything up till like an MS65 has gone down $5 for most of the common years.
Yeah, common Morgans, you can buy those pretty much dirt cheap now, even certified ones.
And they're getting even cheaper.
63 PCGS Morgan at the show for under $30.
Oh yeah, yeah. You see them actually sold on eBay now for $18 all day.
Not MS63 PCGS Morgans.
You can, if you look in there, you can find them like 18 to 23 sometimes. I'm telling you, it's
I haven't seen
crazy.
that cheap on eBay at least, but
Oh, okay, not eBay. Property Room is the auction place that I've been going to frequently. They deal with a lot of like M bars coins and police auctions and stuff, and I've been able to sneak out some decent cherry picks.
okay.
Cool.
Like I think CJ even snagged one too because there was a 65 1964 proof 65 accented hair for like $32, and it had only a couple minutes left when he hopped in. He's like, "Oh, that's actually worth it. You can resell that for a decent chunk worth $30." But they also have like insanely quality coins that go for a couple $100, $500, $800 on there that make me jealous all the time.
Moon coins from the Shire Mint. You ever see those, Rich? Midnight Silver Run was asking about them. Anybody's seen them?
No. I don't collect much of anything other than U.S. coins for the silver stuff. Well, I've got some world coin stuff, but I mean, I don't do the rounds, so I'm not familiar with Shire Mint. Moon coins, huh? Sounds interesting.
I don't know. I might have to Google that. Full moon silver coins. Okay, it looks like the moon. That's cool.
You need to have one of those, like the baseball ones,
Yeah.
the domed.
Yeah, I don't think these are domed. It's hard to tell. Unless there's different ones here. I just did the quick Google search. Very cool. Yeah, I've never done those to either full push metal, some of those property auctions or police auctions. I looked at a couple of them one time, and the terms and conditions of them were a little iffy, and I just didn't like it.
This
Yeah.
is the only one that I found
Straightforward
acceptable,
auction.
but they gouge you in shipping. I mean, absolutely, you have to really look and stop your bid at a certain point, because we're talking $12 shipping, $9 shipping on certain things that wouldn't even justify $4 shipping.
Well, I'm sure it depends on the company. But one of them I remember looking at. I think it was something like they wouldn't guarantee their own descriptions, and they didn't really take good photos. And so, like, if they sent you something wrong, it was too bad. And like, so they say you have to come there and look at the stuff. It's like, well, okay, whatever.
This one's pretty cool. It comes with like they do a lot of loose jewels as well. So most things come with like an item number, a clear, like legit. Even if it's a watch or something, it has item numbers, descriptions, product details, and but like I got this was a 0.03 carat loose diamond refill, because it had no reserve, and it was an African mined, non-treated, and it gave me the clarification, the visual classification it got, everything, and I got it for $3 plus like 6 shipping. But it came with all the details behind it, whether it's treated or not treated, where it's mined. Everything I've gotten so far comes legit exactly as I thought.
Okay.
And it has really, really good pictures. If it's one that actually has good pictures taken with it. Some people just aren't very good. But you can tell they're not Etsy photos where it's like, look at this deep cam, and it's sitting here like this.
Yeah, I'm trying to look at this moon coin that's on Shire Mint or whatever it was called, and it says it's solid 999 fine silver, and it's patina to highlight the different, like the craters and the engraving and all that. But it says a 1-inch coin weighs 1/4 of an ounce, and then it says a 1/5 inch coin weighs 1 troy ounce. So it seems like that's wrong. Because 1/5, unless it means 1/5 inch coin. I mean, yeah. So it's saying a 1-inch coin is a 1/4 ounce, but a 1/5 inch coin is a troy ounce. So I don't know how the smaller one weighs 4 times as much.
Yeah, it's strange.
Just,
right?
Unless I'm just totally got that wrong, but what they, and then if you go to where you do the ordering, it's a 1-inch coin is a 1/4 ounce, but the 1.5 inch coin, that's what they meant to put in, not 1/5. They meant 1.5, not 1/5. They call that the super moon coin, and then that one's a full ounce, I guess. All right.
When is the last time either of you looked at the top pop or the highest graded proof 64 nickel for proof 1964 nickel?
Never.
You gotta look at it to see what color.
Cameo or 70 deep cameo.
No, the 64. Just if you go to the CoinFax app and just go to the 64 proof section and scroll to the bottom to the 64 and
cameo.
Just the if you go through that route and just hit that one, it's you'll laugh at what color it is. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous.
Well, they can tone.
They can tone neon mother effing green and like purple and flamboyant blue and ungodly, unrealistic colors, according to that.
No,
It blew my mind.
go to PCGS's Coinfax and look at 1961 proof Lincoln cents and 1961 nickels in particular. 1961 proof sets, a lot of them tone like crazy.
It's like looking at
completely
a proof
legit.
Indian.
You don't believe it until you actually see it in hand. But there's something about them. The cents and the nickels in those cents tone especially. And a lot of people, they got that like silver. It's like almost like a sticker, like a mint thing, the little symbol.
Yeah. Yep.
A lot of people think there's like a little that the package doesn't seal properly between that and the coin always, and something from that over 50 years helps to tone the coin. I don't know about that, but I've seen enough 1961 sets that are sealed still with completely purple or blue or red, or pink cents in them for sure.
I just won a 64 proof set from Amazon or that property room that I was just telling you about, and I think it ended up costing me like $32. But the reason I got it is because it has a tie-dyed nickel, and I didn't think such a thing could exist. So as soon as I looked at that in the picture display, I was like, all right, time to start doing some PCGS Googling. And I went through those reports, and I started going through those proof nickels for 64. And the top two nickels that they have for this proof 64 are just the most gorgeous, ungodly, fake-looking toned things I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, I've got some like this, the green and the turquoise.
Yeah, but mostly for the nickels, they're either like a light green or they could turn into like a blue or a purple color. That's what most of the proofs I've seen.
Nope. They have one, their top pop, it's basically this color, but shiny from being a nickel.
Yeah.
The entire set without any change in hue. It's solid both sides of the nickel.
I actually have one here somewhere. I think it's either a 62. It might be a 62. That's a completely blue nickel, an Anex holder.
Yep,
if you're ever wanting to get rid of those, let me know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to show my odd colored proofs because I have a bunch of them. There for a long time, anytime I'd see a proof set that had odd colors for any of the coins, I would grab it. So I probably have about 15 or 20 of them.
If you start thinking about throwing me some toners, I'll start thinking about throwing you some jams.
Wouldn't grade the toned proofs for some of them, especially the Lincoln cents, the 61s in particular. They wouldn't grade them for a while, but once enough people started sending them in, especially like a few dealers would send them in the packages still, they eventually started grading all of them.
That was going to be my goal. If I got that nickel and it looked like it was good enough, I was just going to send the South pack just straight in, just like that, so they didn't think I questionably colored any of it, because it's the only one in there that's that ridiculous hue, and everything else just looks like it's a really well struck, no spotting, didn't look like it's been thrown around back and forth from customer to dealer 100 times.
Yeah.
But just that nickel, it's gorgeous. Yeah, I'm on a hunt for toners lately. I mean, I don't know why it struck me so hard. I got the itch, but I got it.
Well, that's a bummer, because I was just going on to the PCGS website to just see what pictures they have of that 1961 that I was talking about, the Lincoln cents in particular. But you can't look at them on their Coinfax. That's weird.
They took them all down. They've been taking.
No, they didn't take them down. The problem is when you go look at proof Lincoln cents, they only give you three choices: either red, cameo, or deep cameo. They don't give you the choice to look at browns or red browns of proofs.
But if you go to the price guide, if you go to just the very beginning section, go to price guide. If you scroll to that year and hit that year, it gives you a few more.
So if I go to the price guide, you think I'll be able to look at them? Okay.
Yeah, and then you just click on the year when you're by the year that you're scrolling through on the price guide. It pops up the best one of that year and that one, and then you can scroll through a few more options that way. I've found out.
Give it a shot.
I mean, I could be wrong. It happens.
Now, when you go to the price guide, for the proofs, it doesn't list for 1961. It only lists red, cameo, and deep cam. It doesn't list brown or red brown. Let me look at the pop report just to make sure that I'm not messing up and thinking of a different one. But I'm pretty sure they have those grades.
So I thought I've seen it too. Yeah, it was.
Well, what's weird? No, if you go to PCGS Coinfax, you click on Lincoln cents. the picture that comes up is like a red, brown, or brown proof 1961.
Yeah.
But
I've been looking at them.
yeah. There's for proof browns, there's 100 graded. Proof red browns, there's 329 graded. So you can click on them through the pop report, but then it goes through to just the Coinfax and says this coin number is not available. So they don't let you look at the photos of them.
You see, I've been watching all of them Coin Weeks and PCGS videos, and I recently watched the one that they have a scanner for Morgans, and I'm sure it's more than Morgans, and they say that they use it to see if a coin has been artificially toned and then resent in.
Secure Plus scanner, yeah.
Yeah, but but how they say they use it is by pinpointing the markers on your coin. So
yeah, look at it
resending
down to like a microscopic level, to where even if you would dip that coin and get all the toning off, and if you like rubbed it with like a steel wool brush and like scoured it and put scratches all in it, they'd still be able to identify it's the same coin, because they look at it like down to like some fine detail, to where they say you could even clean it, put marks all over the coin, and they'd still be able to identify it.
So why do people resend coins into PCGS hoping to get a regrade? I imagine that's like one of the hardest things in the world to do because of how they have it cataloged in their system.
Submit and not check the Secure Plus box, so it avoids that process. They let you bypass it.
Okay, that's cool. See, I didn't know that. That's really cool new information.
And that's why the whole technology doesn't work, is because people can get around it just by opting out. But for world coins, everyone has to go through the Secure Plus process and to do that. So it's a lot harder to get upgrades, cracking coins out. It's not impossible, but if you if you buy a PCGS World coin, crack it out, and then send it back in, then they scan it and they'll know that they've already graded it before.
Yeah, so you might as well. It's better to do it.
You can still get upgrades, it's just a lot harder.
Yeah, but it's better to do the NCG or the NGC crack out the PCGS.
Maybe.
Because at least that way you have difference of opinions on I mean, fully, even if you did do that service, or the person who owned it before you did the service, if you bought a slabbed coin.
Yeah. Midnight Silver picked up some cents on copper coins. Oh, cool.
I hate to say that I'm proud of you, Midnight Silver Run, but I genuinely appreciate your videos, because you actually do find double dies, and your quick little videos are accurate, and I like that, because there's very few of the short snitbit videos out there that are accurate, and yours actually are, and I appreciate that. Even if you don't know exactly which one it is, DDO 5 or 4, you do have a correct showing, and I like it.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll watch copper coins and look at them, and they say that there's repunchment marks, or they say that there's minor doubling, and it must be real minor, because I don't see it half the time. And even if I do see it, it's like there's no premium and there's no value to it other than maybe like 3 people in the world. So I just don't get excited. And I'm not just picking on that, but there's a lot of people that are just focused on a lot of super minor varieties that, I mean, that's fun if you enjoy it, but there's no value to it, in my opinion, at least. I mean, that's why the grading companies don't attribute them. That's why they're not listed in books. That's why they're only listed on a few websites here and there.
There's one thick Centava. Oh, I was just showing how thick this thing is. It's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm. Do we know if that 1988 D cent has a repunched mint mark? I believe it's possible. I don't know if there is one that's known. I don't know.
I've learned that looking up the Konica listings, even if you can't get pictures, it'll tell you yes or no to most of your questions on that aspect. Because if you just Google Konica listings for it'll either pop it up, or it'll pop up like a whole bunch of just listings of this is this and this is that, and sometimes they even come with a description. But I've been able to find
all those, the average person has no clue, and you won't be able to understand it.
But if there was an RPM for it, if he Googled that alone, it would have a listing for it or not, and that's a good yes.
I know there's not one that's major enough to be listed in the Cherry Pickers Guide or that PCGS would grade.
See, Cherry Pickers.
The only variety of the 88D they attribute is the wide AM on the reverse.
Because there's a lot in there that I think that cherry pickers is skipping out on a few that.
Well, of course, they skip out on 90% of the varieties, but 90% of the varieties out there are so minor that unless you have a microscope, you can't see them. And then even with the microscope and you can see them, there might be 2 or 3 people that try to collect all the different varieties, and most people just don't care. And that's why there's no value to it.
And I understand why on the one I'm bitching about is because it's a 64D RPM and it's a quality RPM, but they have so many. I understand why that one doesn't, because there's so many.
I mean, they use hundreds and hundreds of dies for each gear and each bit mark, and every single one of them is unique, and you can find one little mark or one. That's why you look at Morgenthaler's VAM. Every single one is a VAM of some type, but most of them are just very uninteresting to the average collector and worth no premium. Same thing with any coin. There's just most of them are. I mean, the Mint does a pretty good job overall, and most of them are pretty boring.
Where did I put all those little ones?
What is that? Midnight Silver Run 56D1. I don't even know what that means. Repunched mint mark though. Okay.
Who's that there? What's up? Orange Indian 58.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I like varieties. I like finding repunched mint marks and stuff. I like finding ones that you can actually see with at least like a 5 power loop or something. If you got to get out like a 20 power or a microscope, then it's nothing to me. And 99.9% of any other collector too. That's my experience with it.
Yep, I'm the same way.
I mean, yeah, when I'm doing like roll searching, if I find something that has a cool die crack or some clashing or just something fun or if there's like an extra little blob of metal here and there, I usually save it, but I know I can't sell it or it's not worth anything to anybody else. But I've cherry picked some pretty good varieties that are like real varieties that you can get attributed and make 10, 20 times on your money too. So I do like hunting for varieties, but I try to hunt for the ones that like I actually just Sunday I bought it was a gold piece and it has a variety on it that I paid $800 for the coin, and I'm pretty sure I could call a dealer in the morning and sell it for $1,500 to $2,000 if I wanted to.
See, that's my goal, is to hit that point where I have the income to be able to do such a thing.
Yeah.
Because I have the eye. I do have the eye for varieties. I mean, that's for sure.
There's plenty of varieties out there that don't cost. I mean, that one's expensive just because if you try to find a high grade example, just high grade gold coins are just expensive to begin with. But there's a lot of Lincoln cent or just other varieties or a lot of just that you can buy for under $25 or under $50 and sell for well over $100 or $200. You just got to know exactly what to look for. Like there's a lot of them in the Proof Washington quarters. There's a lot of
Proof
that are. You can even find them just on people's eBay listings because 5-10 years ago it was almost impossible, but nowadays people take really good photos even with their cell phones, so it's a lot easier to cherry pick stuff on eBay. But that means it's easier for everybody else too, so you got to be quick.
But proof sets are my jam. That's what I do.
I'm sure you could find stuff like the Superbird quarters, or some of them that have the re-engraved tail feathers, or some of the, or go to the Mint State ones and find a lot of them with the Type B reverses. Even though a lot of people don't pay much extra for those, but at least those are in the Cherry Picker's Guide, and you can assign them the FS number, and people will pay some premium for them. And if you get a real high grade example, then you can get good money for them. But if you like quarters, there's a lot of stuff in the quarters to look for.
I'm really not denomination specific when it comes to my proof sets, because I'll look at all 5 coins, and if I don't find something minor, it's a damn well struck proof set, because I can probably pick you something out of almost any one I looked at ever up until 72. After 72, they get really good at what they do.
The foundation of coin collecting, besides low mintage or varieties, or the next treasure hit full push metal stuff. Yeah, I mean, you can find some good varieties out there. Like I said, you can find a lot of. I mean, you can find a lot of varieties that aren't good that add no value, but there are some that add a ton of value. And a lot of people, once you learn the stuff, you can even go through your own collection and maybe even find some.
I nabbed the 70S large date RPM out of the mint set that they normally is found in the mint set, like the really, really, really strong one.
Midnight Silver Run says, when you're trying to do wheat cents, why not get one with an air? I mean, well, you're talking about two different things. If it repunched mint marks and double dies and all that aren't, I mean, most people don't consider those errors. Most of them say variety.
Yeah.
The way I look at it as error coin is more like a one of a kind, something screwed up with the minting process, and you won't have two that look alike because it's, but when a variety, it's something on the die to where as long as the press keeps running, you'll have a whole bunch of them that look the same. So I think that's kind of how I've learned it. I mean, other people say error variety, there's differences in how they say it. For example, the 1955 double die, a lot of people call that a double die error coin. But to me, it's a variety because there's 10,000 of them minted, or however many of them were actually, however many they think they came out with. But a lot of people just call it an error coin because it looks like an error. It's a die error, but it's actually a variety. The coin is a variety.
And the way I always described it is one's a UFO and one can be duplicated, and one is duplicated. Let's be real.
You can technically have some error coins that there's some that are similar, but they're not like usually made one after another exactly the same.
Yeah, it can't be duplicated. They're a UFO.
No, but I mean, like if you have a die cap, the next, and if it keeps striking other coins through the die cap, and it's like, you'll have a whole bunch of errors that kind of look the same, but they're not exactly the same. It's just things like that. You can't have some that are similar. He wants to know, let's see, bicentennial quarter you found in AU is 400 to 600. What's that bicentennial quarter? I don't know which one you're talking about, Midnight.
Midnight. Oh, he has the DDO. Right, and he has a little video on it.
I guess that sounds like a legit variety. If you can find one in AU and ends up being 400 to 600.
Yeah, I actually watched that video.
Quarters, and I never look at them. So
you can see the split that goes up the front of that one.
And that's my advice too. Anytime you guys ever see, like, especially if you see new varieties getting discovered that are big enough to where they start getting attributed by the grading companies, or they get put in the cherry pickers guide, go out and try to hunt those down as soon as possible, and don't sell them as soon as you can, because they always go for big money right in the beginning, because the people that collect, especially at the higher end of this grading scale, that need these registry sets that they know will eventually include those coins, if they don't already include those coins, they'll pay up big money right away, because in the first few weeks or months after these new varieties are discovered, they don't know whether there's only going to be 5 of these ever found and graded, or whether there's going to be 5,000 of them. So when the first ones in high grade come out, they pay up. And then every one diminishes value. Yeah, like for example, like I said, I've had one of a Washington quarter variety. I saw that it just came, there was some press about it. It got put in the cherry pickers guide. Found one at the next Long Beach show that I was at, paid $25 for it, walked right over to PCGS, had it graded, and then had an offer for $2,000 at the same show. So
cool.
Yep.
And I didn't take it because I got greedy and put it up on my website for $4,000 and had an offer on eBay right away for about $2,000. I'm like, nah, because I had seen one sell for $5,000, the only one that had sold so far. So I was doing everyone a favor by only selling it for $4,000. That was my thinking. But
I watched people.
But no, I turned down a couple offers for $2,000 that I could have made, a quick $1,900 or so after the grading fees, and eventually more and more were graded, and I never sold it. I still have it. So,
and yeah, I watched people do that with the W.
That's my advice.
Turned down the $800 offer for the lull when it first came out because he wanted it for $1,000, and now he can't sell them for $100 a pop.
Who's that?
It was one of the guys who was really hunting him down. I watched his video about him saying, "Don't be greedy. Don't do what I did." Because he was turning down
all these people that get all excited about their W mints, especially the ones that get the early releases or first week of issue. I'm like, sell that crap as soon as you can.
Because
It
it's
ain't gonna be
not worth it.
thing.
Yep.
10 years from now, there's only going to be a handful of people that care about. Now, the W quarters will still be good and they'll still be a popular and very high grade, but very few people are going to care about any of these fake designations created by the grading companies. Those don't mean anything.
The early strikes, no.
They only mean something to the 3 or 4 or 5 people that compete in the registry sets at the highest level. And whether those people will care 10 years from now, who knows?
Yeah, see, those designations mean
Especially if you've pulled it out of a box for 25 cents and you can get hundreds or even $1,000 now, take it.
Do it.
Now, if you have a dozen of them, sell half or 3/4 of them and keep 1 or 2 if you want to, because those will be free to you at the end of the day. But
like the 70 RPM that I had just showed that I was looking at, I bought that mint set for I think it was 11 or 14 bucks because it was the 70 and it has the NIFC. I sold that penny to Mickey Rob's Banks for 22 bucks. They double the proof set or the mint set.
Hey, found it buried. How you
I
doing?
didn't see that Empyrean that he released them early. I didn't see that.
Majestic, how you doing?
Hey, Majestic. And found it buried. Sorry, I missed you.
And see, I'm actually in that process now. I have to send that 66 SMS set that has the dime variety that Robert Lawson found. I'm sending it to Robert Lawson to auction off on his own auction because why not send it to the man who found it to sell it? You know, I see no better way of that one. Even if he does take a little commission on it,
Yeah, people will buy from him at a higher price.
and he will upsell it because it is his personal variety. The SMS set, the dime with the 5 on the cheek. That they won't attribute yet, but it is still well enough known that everybody knows about it. CoinOp has multiple videos on it.
I'm learning about it now, though.
He has sold off. He says that he sold examples for $1,200. He sold Dustin Morgan one for $300.
Okay.
So it was really enough for Dustin Morgan to buy one for his collection, and I genuinely trust Dustin's opinion above a lot of the others that I have seen so far, and I still feel that way. Dustin is a very smart man.
Yeah, Majestic, I'm on here. Rich is just showing tons of his cool Lincolns though, so you don't see who else is here. But yeah, it's me and then Super Silver Band's here too.
Sorry, I wasn't looking at my chat. It had paused a while back.
Yeah, Rich, you didn't have to change it. He was just asking who was talking.
And that 5 on the cheek sure does look like a 5 for people to be arguing what it is. And they say that somebody like Stanton did an overlay of the 65, and they say that the 5 lines up, and there was an article on it and everything. Like there's been a numismatic article written on it and stuff.
Then why won't it get listed?
That's my question exactly. Because he is found, I think I'm number 9.
Well, it's just believe me, the grading companies and the people that write the books on varieties aren't going to just not list something out of spite or something like that. If it's a legit variety and they agree with it, they'd be listing it right away to get people to submit them. And
that's what I thought.
There must be some reason why they won't.
Because I actually have taken a screenshot of the article, so I know this article actually exists because I read it online, of course. That's where I get all my stuff, but it was a picture of the clipping of the actual article itself.
Yeah.
And it's been out since I think the story that Dustin, because Dustin does a 4 or 5 minute CoinOp video specifically on just this variety. Where he talks about when Robert Lawson found it, like in the 70s, held on to it for a long time until he found another one, and then sold one for like over $1,000, and then had somebody, a coin shop owner in Ohio, found one, gifted it to him, so he ended up with the 3rd one, sold that, and then he's had a few more people find one, and he has bought all other examples, I think, except for mine. But he went on Facebook and congratulated me and said, yes, that is the variety. I see the markers. Congratulations.
Huh, okay.
But he didn't offer to buy it, but which everybody thinks is kind of weird because they were like, "We'll sell it to Robert. He buys all the other ones." I was all, I talked to him. He told me congratulations on it being correct, and it looks like a damn good example, and like had me send him pictures for a new article, but never offered to buy it.
I think that tells you a lot right there.
See, exactly. So I'm going to send it to him to sell because he said that he would expect in between 450 and 5, but he would start the
Like
auction at
$450
Yes, and he would start
for
the
a
auction
variety
at
that may or may not really exist. That
Swear to
seems a
God.
little. That seems like people are buying into something that might not be there. That's crazy.
but it's been around for a long time, and it's
Has
hard
it?
to argue.
Where's it
Oh, yeah.
listed then? If it's been around for a long time, I mean, I'm not saying I'm not trying to pick on you, but if it's really been around a long time, it'd be out there. It wouldn't just be on CoinOps channel only.
Yeah, the video was 2 years ago, and I don't know where all the other ones.
He can't have the only ones.
No,
There's a
but
real
he
variety.
sold them, and he sold
Exactly.
one on his auction last year. I guess Melissa was in there. She told me about it and went back and rewatched it. I think even
Okay. Like I said, I haven't heard of it before, and it's possible
because I didn't know that he had sold it on
It's
the auction.
possible there's nothing there too. So.
I don't know what you would call it, but whatever happened to the cheek of this dime is an Audi, and it looks like a 5. Like exactly. Because that's not an
I
innie.
mean, if it's sticking up and raised on the surface, yeah, that seems, I don't know, that's weird.
Yeah, it's an Audi, and it's very clear 5.
I mean, if it was
nice.
pushed in, that'd be one thing, but because I've seen that
Agreed.
happen where it could be incused.
And the fact
with
that
air coins like that, it wouldn't be a variety; it'd be more of an air coin. But
and the fact that I think I'm number 9 that has been found, and all of them look exactly the same, like exactly the same. Because as soon as I made it home, because I bought it on accident, really.
I mean, if you can sell something like that for a few $100, more power to you. But
Yeah, because I got it on accident. I went to the LCS to get my
from the
mom's
buyer's
birthday.
perspective, I wouldn't be touching that with a 10-foot pole unless it was attributed by somebody other than the seller.
See, and I wanted, and it should be attributed because it. I feel that
somebody
it
other than the seller though, because there's a huge conflict. Of course, someone that thinks that they're involved in it are going to attribute it. You know, especially when they're profiting. That's why we have third-party grading, because it gets between the buyer and the seller, and they're the ones telling you what the coin is, whether it's authentic, and what the grade is, and what the variety is.
But it's just, I think it should be graded because if they're attributing the spitting horse is something, and this is so much clearer something than that hurts my feelings on their choice of grading because this is a much clearer.
Well, or I mean, all these companies, they have email addresses and they have people you can talk to. There's got to be either they haven't heard of it, like no one's actually asked them to attribute it, or there's a reason they won't attribute it. So
I should do that because I mean it has been around long enough.
Attribute all those other varieties you mentioned because they're real varieties that you can actually find and identify, and there are issues with the dye
and this is the exact. I can say the exact same statement about this. It is a variety
but if the grading company's not saying that, I'd be cautious of spending hundreds and hundreds of dollars.
No, I spent $6.
I'm saying for other people. Oh, I'm getting all these comments or messages, my notifications. David Carlisle's leaving comments on my videos. Uh-oh. He's multitasking, watching the stream and videos.
He's everywhere.
And he says he was gone getting Cheerios. Look at this guy.
Yeah, multitasker.
No. Next, he's going to tell me he can walk and chew gum at the same time because I have trouble with that.
If you're chewing gum, you shouldn't be walking.
I know better.
I'll center it a little better.
And my little granddaughter's like that. Poor kid. She's a great sport, great athlete. And she trips over her feet every other step. It's so sad. She has to try harder than everybody else.
Right. That's funny.
Well, there's the 5 in question. That
And what are we looking at? It's like zoomed in.
it's right above the crosshair to the northwest.
Okay.
I'll scoot back and it'll shine up there.
Yeah, I don't see it now. I was seeing it before.
Oh, I'll zoom back in. So it's
Yeah.
right here is the bottom of the 5, and it loops up, and there's the outer. And I'll back up to get a starting point. We'll actually turn this one off. Turn this one up a little.
And have you has anyone done like an overlay of the reverse just to see if that's a clash mark? Because that's what it could be.
According to the CoinOp video, one of the cherry pick guide writers, like I think it was either Stanton or somebody of that nature, did an overlay, and it matches up size wise with the 65 SMS 5, according to what they have in the article.
Okay. And where's this article? I didn't see it. Is it in like an actual magazine or just on their website?
I would have to do some digging to find it, but I could figure out where it is for sure. I watched it through the video and paused it and then read the article. Oh no, eBay. If you go to eBay and look up this variety, this is listed permanently by him, I think, for some outrageous amount of money. But in the details, it's like 5 or 6 paragraphs long of how many he's found, and a couple like.
Yeah, but just knowing what I know about the minting process, and by any means, I'm not an expert on error coins or varieties, but on it, if that's a 1966 dime, there's no way there could be a 5 on there. No legit way, let's say. I mean, I'm not saying there's some mint employee couldn't be screwing around, but there shouldn't be any legit way for a 5 to show up on a 66 dime.
Yeah, I have no idea. I honestly, that is something that and I can't remember the exact wording of the article. It's been about a year since I found this and have read on it.
Full Push says he's got one from Burger King change.
But I mean, it looks so much exactly like a 5. Especially if I get it like lit right with just my regular camera zoomed in. It's hard to do on StreamYard, of course. But sure. Because it's Cameo, because it's still in the set, it just stands out so drastically well on the Cameo.
Yeah, I see him listing it online, $24.99. That's just insane.
Yeah, I talked to him about that. I was also, what's up with that, buddy? And he was like, it's. I can't remember his exact answer, because he had told me he had told me straight up that it was only worth $4.50 to $5 at most.
$4.50 to $5 at most.
No, 450.
So you can get it legitimized by someone else other than the seller, sure.
No, 450 to 500. I don't
know. Because to me, it looks just kind of like a die scratch that might be shaped. Remember, the human eye sees patterns where there are none. So yeah, that's why, like, when you look at a lot, everybody always tries to say, I mean, I'm saying it does kind of look like a 5, but it doesn't mean it is a 5. If it really was the 5, it'd be thick like the digit 5. It wouldn't be a thin scratch.
And actually, as you zoom in and out, I actually see a 9 to the right of it.
Okay.
So, yeah.
I see something else. I don't see a 9 there, but I see another. It just could be some die scratches. And just like the Superbird quarter, they have what looks like an S right on the breast of the eagle on the reverse of the Washington quarter. And a lot of people say, oh, it's an S or someone used the S mint mark punch. it looks just like a die scratch, but it's shaped like an S most people don't really think it's someone using the S mint mark punch, but that's what a lot of people try to say.
But even with that statement, being that there's been almost 10 found of the exact same positioning shape with die markers that would help find it.
Oh, it would mean a variety, like if there's a die scratch, but it doesn't mean it's an actual 5 punched in there or something. And
But my argument would be, why wouldn't they attribute this when they would attribute the Spitting Eagle, which is basically the same exact thing, but less like perfectly drawn out?
Well, Spitting Eagle isn't the same thing. It's not one little scratch hidden in the middle of the bust of one of the people. Spitting Eagle, you can actually see it in the field, and it's pretty clear.
I saw this one bare-eyed. It's just harder for me to do so with.
I understand. Imperius says, what did I pick up at the Long Beach show for? Can't remember anything specific I picked up at the last Long Beach show. Sorry.
No, I think he was talking about the variety that you flipped immediately at that Long Beach show.
That one, the one I got, that was just this Sunday. It was at the Van Nuys show, local show. It's just a gold coin that has a variety on it, and well, it's weird because a lot of people call it an error, but because you can find it on the same date on many of them, it's more of a variety. But it's I don't know. I don't really want to reveal all the details because I still cherry pick quite a few of them and don't need tons of competition with it. But it was just a coin. And the reason it cost me $800 is because it was a high grade. It was in a PCGS MS64 Plus holder, so it was a higher grade one, and that's why I think I'll probably try retailing it for around $2,500 or so. But I know there's a dealer right now. If I told him he could have it for $1,500, he'd probably buy it. So that's me again. Maybe I should just take the quick double my money like I didn't the one time, and who knows. Maybe I'll give the guy a call. But. No, you did. Okay, yeah, at the last Long Beach show, I'm trying to think of what I bought there. I did buy Empyrean. If you go back maybe a month or so on my videos, there's a few gold coins there. There's like a 51D Dahlonega $2.50 gold piece. There's an 1861 $20 gold piece. There's like 4 gold coins I posted all together. I bought those at that Long Beach show. And then there's a couple Hawaiian coins I bought. Hawaiian $50 and NGC MS62, and then a Hawaiian dollar. I think it was an ANAX 40. I bought those at the Long Beach show. Just trying to think of what else.
So how do you say that mint again?
Dahlonega, Georgia.
Dahlonega.
What grade was that one?
That's the way I've always learned it. I don't know.
I didn't know it existed until the other day out the big show, to be honest.
The first D mint mark before Denver. So.
Yep. I've actually seen quite a few of them.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still on my mission to earn my first CC.
It was probably about a month ago. I posted the 4 gold coins, and I think those 2 Hawaiians. So I got videos on all 6 of those. I'm just trying to think of what else I got. I got this one here. It's a 1958 Denver Franklin half, an MS67, which let me get over here a little better. It's got a little bit of toning on it.
That is pretty.
Up very well here, but probably because I got too much light now. These webcams are horrible.
Nice grade.
It's but if you use StreamYards through Hangouts versus YouTube, your camera is 1,000 times clearer.
Yeah,
I found that out the other day.
Here, let me just switch into my microscope and see if it shows up any better.
Wish they'd upgrade the quality to 1080. On the low to be 720 for their high grade.
There's some color in there. It's hard to show.
Cool.
And some scratches in the holder. Look at that. That scratch shows up real good at that angle.
Time to polish.
Yep. Nah, I just make sure you take the photo where it doesn't show the scratch. Or what you do is little insider secret on if you need help. I muted the mic instead. Sorry. If you if you're trying to take a picture of coins in a slab or a proof set holder or something with a lot of scratches, just get some clear oil, like some mineral oil or something. Just put a little dab of that on the holder, and it'll fill in all the little scratches and everything on the plastic, and you'll be able to take a perfect photo. Oh yeah, Empyrean, very cool. Thanks. Didn't make the full bell lines. No, it didn't get the full bell line designation. And I mean, it's pretty close, but there's a little bit of weakness.
Accept it. Where? Oh, you're over here. Okay, fine. Take over.
Yeah, they're
Take
pretty
over.
on the full bell lines a lot. Yeah, sleeve your slab. Well, yeah, if you get them from the start and you're the one grading them, but usually if you buy coins that have been through auctions or through other dealers, I think holy oil, any oil will work, but I'd say use a clear oil because then it won't mess with the color of your coin. But if you like, I mean, I don't know if some of you guys have Goo Gone, which you can use to get stickers off things. It's a little bit orange colored. It smells like orange too, but you can use that on your holder too. But if you put too much on there, it might give a little bit of orange tint to your coin because it's an orange oil. So I usually try to use some clear oil. Just don't put any acetone or anything like that on your plastic. It'll eat right through it.
Sorry, faulty setup.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that one I did get. I think I got this at the last Long Beach show. And I think that's where I got these too, just a couple Morgan dollars.
Cool, I like that.
Can't remember if I got this at Long Beach or I think I did.
I like the crescents or the circular.
Yeah, and this camera doesn't really show it too well. It'll show better if I do a video of it. And it's got toning on both sides. And then there's another one here. This one's another 63 star. And then here's another one.
Cool.
Kind of like almost a straight line on there, like maybe some paper was folded over or something. Mm-hmm.
Very nice.
That's true.
Yeah, there's always stuff to buy at the coin shows. That's the danger of those things. So, it's like anytime I sell a bunch of coins, I'm off buying right away. It just can't keep the money in the pocket at a coin show.
I'm actually putting a bid in on a lot of BU penny rolls. About half of it is wheat, over 100 pounds.
Oh, wow.
So I'm excited about that. Be nice to get me moving again for my ton of coins.
Is that just someone locally you're getting those from, or you don't
Yeah, one of my coin dealers always watches out for me, and he's been doing a lot of doing a lot of shows throughout the country, and ran across a real nice bunch of coins. And he's not a penny guy, so I know he did it just for me. I just need to come up with the right price.
You said about half of them are wheat cent rolls. What are the others? Just later ones?
Yeah, the earlier memorials, 60s, and
But not no other denominations like any of the silver or any of the nickels or.
no, I do pick those up from time to time, but no, it's the pennies that I'm stuck on.
Nothing wrong
I
with
want to find.
the 15W dime Empyrean. Those are cool from the
I want to.
March of
I
Dimes
want to
set.
find the rest of this album because they toned the same exact way. I'm sure these came from the same album, and I want to find the rest of it.
Cool.
Yeah, I see those. I mean, a lot of people when they put their silver dimes in the Dansko albums or the Whitman, like the the better one, Whitman Classic albums. I see those get offered every now and then because in the whole Roosevelt dime set, there really aren't anything. I mean, yeah, some people say there's some that are better dates, but there's really no key dates or anything. So when they get offered, usually people just sell the whole collection together and like a full album. And sometimes you see them, and there's some pretty ones, like just especially the ones towards the edges of the pages in those albums. They can tone up nice.
Yep, that's what I've come to notice. And this was the last two he had, and I'm sure they came from the same set because that little blue hue up top is pinpoint on both. Like they were at the top.
All tone up nice. Sometimes you get a whole album and they're all ugly depending on how they were stored, but a lot of times they get pretty.
And I wish this would show up the way it is. This thing is so purple.
You need to get some albums, Imperium. Like which ones you're looking for? They're available depending on what you want to collect. Value's probably doubled when you sold by. But Midnight Silver, when you think about Roosevelt dimes, even like a BU Roosevelt dime with the toning like that, unless you know it's a super high grade, like a 67 or something like that, they're just not a ton of value to them. I mean, they're cool, but it's certainly easier to sell them in an album. But to sell them individually one by one, yeah, you might get double your money, but it would take you 10 or 20 times the amount of time to do it. Because you're not going to find some of the dates you're just going to have trouble selling, and not all of them are as pretty as the others when you get a collection like that. So usually it's just it's almost always better to sell the full set, because to get the prettiest of the pretty ones out of the set, you make the buyer take all the others too, and all in one transaction. So that's why they're almost always sold in sets like that.
It's true. It's kind of like a nickel set.
Yeah.
Nickel's there's nothing really special about the nickel except for the 50 and the 39, and those don't call for enough to justify pulling them out unless they're a 64 or higher. So you just end up finding the whole album for sale.
And Empyrean, like for Wheat set albums, Memorial, like all those albums, especially if you want if you just want the real small, like the cheaper ones that like a lot of people start with the folders where you can only see the one side of the coin and you just press them into the cardboard. Those are real cheap and those are not too bad to ship. But if you want the better ones like the Danskos or the Whitman Classics, if you're talking about buying those from someone else here, usually the shipping kills the deal on that kind of stuff because they're big, and then you end up having to probably do priority mail. It's probably the same price or cheaper for you to buy them straight from an online supply seller, especially if they offer like a free shipping promo. Unless you're buying used albums from someone and getting a good deal on a whole bunch of them. But that's why I have tons of books that I could probably sell. I mean, I even got some like brand new of like the 2020 Red Book, the deluxe edition. They call it Mega Red Book. They retail them for $50, and I could sell them here for $30 a piece because I got a deal on some of them and they're worth it. But to ship that, it's going to cost another $15 or something. So you could probably buy it for the same price on Amazon or cheap. So that's why I don't get into books and albums and a lot of the supplies, just because it's hard to compete with the bigger operations that can throw in free shipping.
Yeah, it makes it really tough.
Yeah. Yeah, unless you're like, I mean, stuff like that I like to do, like if you're buying a couple $100 worth of coins from me anyway, and then you say, oh yeah, I also need this and this, and I'm already spending money to ship, then it's easy to do stuff like that. But even like the books, especially, I know you can send a lot of that stuff media mail rate, but then you got to pack them up in your own boxes, and it's still not cheap. I mean, it's cheaper, but then it takes a while. Media mail does, or it can. Caden's coins. Twitchy came in. Cool.
Hey, Caden.
I don't know if I've let's see here. I don't know if I've met Caden yet before. Nope. 11 subscribers. Now you got 12. How you doing, Caden? Or I clicked on it. I hope you got 12 now. We'll have to check out some of your videos there. Cool. Good luck. nice looking steel scent there. Got a little bit of flash to it. Yeah, a little haze to it too.
Yeah, a little bit.
I like the ones that start looking proof like and
Actually, I got really lucky on some of those the other day and found some that toned rainbow because they got put in here immediately.
Of which one?
Oh, it's a PD and S set, but they got put in here like immediately, I would assume, because they started to rainbow. I wish I could get this to show up, but if you get it just right, there's like a little bit of blue and pinks to them.
Yeah, it's real hard to get naturally toned steel scents. I know that for sure.
And
Yeah, this one's corroding up here at the top and then down here at the base, but the other two show no corrosion. But
keep
they
in
put them
mind
in here.
that
Put them in here
hol-
pretty.
that holder can cause some color effects that aren't really there. So be sure to open it up to take a look at them.
Okay. Oh, like through the plastic, there could be like some prism kind of like.
Yeah, you get a rainbow color sometimes through those.
Oh, wow.
But
It's
I saw
still.
flash.
Yeah, I've seen that on some holders. You're right, Rich.
It's normally the older stuff.
Oh, Empyrean. Yeah, you need at least a newer red book or something probably. If you got ones just from 89 to 93. I don't know if I probably have some of the newer red books around, but like I said, if I was selling it to you, by the time I'd ship it to you and all that, it's probably better for you to buy it on Amazon if they ship out to you. Or I don't
What
know.
does a high grade Steely go for?
Depends on the grade.
We'll say average high grade 65. So
65 or 66, $25.
Oh, okay.
67, like 150, 68, a couple grand.
Yeah.
Now, isn't
I
one
think
of the steels like a couple $100 for the 67?
Oh, all of them now. I mean, they used to all be like $75 to $100 a few, but now all of them in 67, they're like $150.
I did get lucky. I grabbed a raw 31S. At least I'm going to be.
Yeah, plated ones are worth nothing. So, well, I mean, they might be worth $1 or $2 to somebody that doesn't know any better that wants
The first one I ever got was a replated one, and it was so shiny and beautiful. It got me good. And then I realized it can't be that shiny. No, but I didn't know that the 31S only had 800 and something thousand minted until I watched Daniel Malone's video the other day.
Yeah, it's got a lower mint. It's easier to find than some of the others with higher vintages because a lot of people saw that the mintage was lower at that time, and there was a lot of people hoarding them. But it's still a better date. 31.
So I got an AU50. I would say at least AU50 for I think $50.
All right. That one's not too bad there, Rich.
Yep, and it's not plated.
Nah. Now you look at enough steel scents, you can tell pretty quick.
Yeah.
So there was one that was a little hazy, though. Maybe that's the one you thought. And that's just them toning.
Yeah, I was the haziness is something I think is good to see actually on the Steelies at least.
Yeah, Rich, one of the first things I did when I got back into collecting is I started doing the Dansko 7070 album, and I was buying high-grade certified coins and cracking them out. And, I bought a nice MS67 PCGS 43S steel scent and popped it right into my Dansko. And, man, if I look at that thing now, I'd no way ever grade that because it's so hazy. And
I know. I did the same thing. I did some really nice seated
more, though.
Kick myself.
Yeah, I mean, well, I was under the impression, like I collected a bunch as a kid, and then I got out of it. I mean, I didn't get totally out of it. I would just like buy the proof sets each year. But when I started getting back into it, like when I first collected when I was younger, I didn't buy any graded coins or anything. But it was when I got back into it, I just assumed, well, shoot, if you grade it as 67, no matter what, when I send it back in 10 years from now, it should be a 67. I thought it was more of an exact.
Yeah. Well, I thought the albums would hold them better, but nope.
Yeah. Well, and I didn't realize how much of the eye appeal played into like the higher end of the grading scale too. So
Yeah,
I'm
strike and marks. And all that.
it's huge.
I'm just learning that.
And a lot of people don't look for the full strike. You know, a little bit of weakness at one point of the coin that really does you in for a higher grade.
Yeah, when the dies aren't placed the right distance apart and you get that little soft spot. Yeah, buddy. I'm learning that, and the eye appeal right now is what I'm trying to really study on.
Yeah, you can have a completely perfect coin, but with that fault, that's not going to get 66 normally.
Rich, they want to know how much the value of that steel cent is.
These are probably 65 and 66s. I'm sure I have a couple 67s, but most of them are 66s, so they're not that much. $30-$40 for an ungraded coin, probably. I'm not really sure. I haven't sold any for a long time.
Hey, Rich, you want to bring up my screen for half a second?
Sure.
I just pulled it up and looked at it for a few years, but it's not as bad as I thought. It's still a little hazy. I already pulled out most of the coins here and re-slabbed them and got rid of them, but I got a few left on my album. But that used to be a PCGS MS67. It used to be a lot flashier, but it's still nice. It's definitely not as flashy and lustrous as it used to be, though.
No, but you can tell that thing is gorgeous even from this distance.
Yeah.
Even on a baby screen on my phone, that thing is still gorgeous.
But I don't think it would regrade a 67 anymore just because it doesn't have the luster. It's a nice 57 proof dime. Got some toning, doesn't show in it, but the album toned the heck out of that one.
So what's your opinion on dipping, Mr. Kittle?
What about it?
Is it a solid nay from you, or do you feel that it is appropriate in certain occasions that you call for it?
Depends on the coin and depends on what you're dipping it in.
Agreed.
And depends on why you're doing it. I mean, that's
mine would be my reasoning personally is that PVC.
Well, yeah, thick, you got PVC on the coin and you want to dip it in some acetone to get the PVC off of it. I don't see any problem with that.
Yeah, because they still grade afterwards too, is what I've been learning.
Depends on what the PVC's done to it.
Yeah. I mean, the dipping process in itself doesn't make it a graded details coin.
Well, it depends on how you dip it, what you dip it in, and how you make sure you didn't leave a bunch of gunk on your coin. You got to do it right.
Yeah, there's a lot of I've learned that there's a lot of processes and there's a lot of different ways to learn how to do it. And you got to find your own.
When they say dip, they don't mean acetone. They're meaning like coin cleaner, like jewelry cleaner.
Easy, yes, sir. That's the one that everybody's all huge on that I've learned.
And yeah, that can be helpful on some coins in certain cases, but I wouldn't. If you guys are playing around and experimenting with that, I wouldn't do it on any high value coins until you learn how to use it.
Oh hell no! I would say do it on like proof foreigns that you can get in a $50 or a 50 coin bag for like $3.
One tip I've learned through experience is don't use that stuff at full strength. You can really screw up coins. What you do is you mix like one part of that and maybe like 3 parts water, so it's like 1/4 dip and 3/4 water, and it'll still work, but it'll just work a lot slower, so you can control what you're doing a lot better.
Yeah,
that's what Trey was teaching me.
I wouldn't use regular water either.
Distilled or
use distilled water or something, yeah. Depending on your water, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, my
Just
whole
drink
living
water. I got a
situation.
filter on my thing, and I think it gets most of the stuff out. And then after I'm done conserving or whatever I do to my coins, then I dip them in pure acetone to get whatever the heck I had on them off of there. And then
You're the first person I've ever been able to really talk to. Acetone is one that doesn't damage the coin if done properly.
it shouldn't. Well, it depends on the coin.
Okay.
If you're talking about silver coins, it shouldn't.
Because
Okay.
there
I've
are
never
different specs of acetone, different types of acetone.
agreed. There's a lot of research to be done, but
Make sure you use 100% pure acetone.
But it's just you're the first person I've been able to actually grab a hold of that has a yes or no answer to that one, which is cool. I mean, everything has to be done the correct way with the correct utensils, of course, and there's always variations and hiccups that occur.
Yeah, cheat real quick. Like on Easiest, the coin cleaner that everybody calls dip, works okay if you do it real quick. And we're talking about silver coins here. Well, that's the whole thing. What that stuff does is it actually gets into your coin and eats off like the top layer, like this top layer of molecules. So it's really not only stripping away dirt and gunk and toning, but it's also stripping off part of your coin, which if it's just one molecule or one little speck, under under an electron microscope, you're not really going to notice that. But if you leave that stuff twice, it'll affect the luster and it won't have the same cartwheel luster. And they call that, and coin dealers and people that really are in this business or collectors with experience, you can tell when something's been over dipped and you burn the coin up and
or double dip
graded them because they've been over dipped. So that's why I say if you're ever going to play around with that and try to clean up your coin and conserve it, and I would only do it if you have something that's really hazy and ugly and otherwise totally unmarketable and something that you're comfortable not ruining the value on because you could mess up. But that's why I would say use it at a 50% or even a 25% strength, because then you can control it a lot better and see what it's doing. Because full strength, it's powerful and it'll eat your coin.
Oh yeah, and double dipping is something that you can tell. You can absolutely tell if a coin has been over dipped or sat too long or not dried properly or rub dried even.
Yeah, that one's real nice there, Rich. That looks nice.
Hey, Butchie.
And Shane wants to know, when using acetone, do you touch it? No, you never touch. Even when you're using the Easiest or any of that stuff, you don't do any touching or rubbing because that's going to leave marks. Acetone, just a quick, if I was cleaning the coin or dipping it and stuff, then what I do is I rinse it underwater to get all that gunk and soap and whatever the acid, whatever's in that stuff off of there. And then I dip it in acetone after that to avoid water spots. Because acetone will just air dry and evaporate right off your coin. So no drying, no rubbing, no nothing. Anytime.
Oh, you don't even pat dry? You use acetone?
No, I don't pat dry it either. I put it in acetone, and then I'll set it right on a paper towel or something. So, yeah, I guess the back half of the coin is sitting on a paper towel, maybe absorbing some, but acetone evaporates right off. That shouldn't leave anything. And if it does leave any spotting, then you repeat the process. But a lot of people like to go and water fast and then pat and dry. I don't do. I do acetone and then just let it air dry.
Yeah, I wouldn't pat it.
Yeah, I watch somebody who rubs the coin with his finger.
Yeah, and they're ruining the coin.
Friction, and that's it. Yeah, I was like, no.
No, Shane.
But for anybody, I mean, that's why the grading companies and all collectors tell you don't clean your coins, because there's so many ways to do it wrong that damages the value. There's only a couple ways, and you got to know exactly how to do it in a way that is considered acceptable by most collectors. Now, remember, we're just talking about most collectors. A lot of collectors out there say no dipping, no, don't do anything to the coins. All of that is unacceptable. And if they knew what you were doing to it, they wouldn't buy it, even if it looks fine. So it's not acceptable to everyone. And if you ever have anything valuable and it could be improved, there's professionals that'll do it for you. You can go to NCS, which is NGC. NCS is Numismatic Conservation Service. You can send them the coin, and then they'll do it. They'll fix your coin or clean it up if they think they can, and they'll do it in an approved way, and then they'll walk it right down the hall to NGC and get it graded for you. So you can pay them to do it for you if you don't know what you're doing, or if it's a valuable enough coin where you're scared to mess it up.
And they'll actually they'll actually send you emails if they feel that it would better serve your coin to be conserved. You'll get an email.
Sometimes if you say,
Yeah, I've watched coin
really bad and they know they can fix it, they'll let you know. But most times they won't.
Yeah, because they hit him with the opposite, where they sent him an email saying, "Hey, we're going to conserve this." So he said, "All right, go for it." And then they didn't grade it. And they body bagged it
Shane,
anyway.
if you got a coin, I mean, what kind of if you're talking about copper, don't put it in. I wouldn't put it in any kind of anything because copper's very reactive and you're more likely to mess it up. Silver coins are a little, you could do a little bit more to them without ruining them. But remember, think about it. Anytime you have a coin with spots, if you can remove those spots, then you got to worry about what's underneath that. It's very unlikely that if you remove the spot, what's underneath that spot will look like the rest of the coin. What you're going to end up with is just spots that look different.
Yep. Because it's damage to the coin to start with. Mixing it with any type of dip will just cause more issues.
Well, no, or if you can remove that spot, remember the rest of the coin's been exposed for however long the coin's been around and has gotten a different look and patina to it. But if you can remove those spots and get down to what the coin originally looked like underneath those spots, it's not going to match the rest of the coin. So it's just you'll have brighter spots instead of dark spots, or you'll have something there. Spotting is like real hard to, if not impossible to completely.
The sunburn with a band-aid.
Black spots, or I mean, that's up to you. But it's just copper's getting spots off copper. It's I don't know. I wouldn't try. If it's a valuable coin, I wouldn't mess with it. If it's something that's only worth a few cents anyway, then have fun,
Yep.
I did hear of this stuff that's called like blue ribbon or blue bird that's really, really expensive that is used for copper coins, but
that cleans dirt and stuff and makes a lot of stuff. It doesn't really clean anything. It's just like a treatment.
Yeah, and it's really expensive.
There's chemicals that are like bad in it.
And I actually use a conditioner for some of my toned coins just to help keep them from getting any more oxidation.
Well, yeah, according to PCGS, there's a mineral oil that almost all of the well-known, world-renowned sets have. Almost every coin has been coated in this mineral set before stored because that is how you can save it.
Because they go for a couple $100 a bottle now.
Yeah, and that's normally ancient coins, I think.
He said a
lot of coins have been lacquered, and they used to do all kinds of stuff to coins.
Yeah. It was a video I watched. It was pretty recent actually, and it was with one of the PCGS head ups, and he said that most of the cent collections at least have been coated in this
when you're talking about half cents and large cents, a lot of the earlier copper, a lot of the guys that collect that, they do all kinds of stuff. They rub their things with horsehair brushes. They put all kinds of different treatments. They do all kinds of stuff to their coins.
You're supposed to rub it with your hands. Yeah, it's weird that things after using the blue ribbon.
They do it. I don't think you're supposed to though.
Agreed.
Tyrion, you say a Q-tip rub. Don't rub anything because even you rubbing a Q-tip with something across can leave really small scratches in the surface even if you can't see them, even under magnification, it's going to mess with the luster. Because remember, when you cartwheel a coin, you see that cartwheel luster, and it's just the way the light refracts off the metal flow. But if you put little fine scratches or anything anywhere in there, it's going to mess with that luster, and you'll be able to spot that.
And those things are microscopic, like spore microscopic. If you can see one, there's a billion. Like that. Mm-hmm. That's the dimensions of those little pyramids that create the triangle. Because that's basically like.
Remember, these dips though, they're not made for cleaning coins. They're made for cleaning jewelry, to where you can rub the hell out of them, brush them. You're not supposed. I mean. That's what these things are made of. They might relabel them and say coin cleaner on them, but really it's jewelry cleaner.
Agreed.
So even if they come with a small brush, I wouldn't. Yeah, and remember, a lot of this stuff is sold to people that aren't, expert collectors by any means. They're just amateur. And remember, as a kid, I used to clean my Lincoln Cents with my pencil eraser because it'd make them nice and bright. I used to use Tarmex on them and then stick them in my album. I wanted nice red copper, but did I make the coins nicer? Well, yeah, to a 6-year-old kid, they look beautiful.
That's right.
And that's why a lot of these companies sell these things, is because I'm not just talking about 6-year-old kids, but just the average collector, they think that looks nice and fine. It's their coins; they can do whatever the hell they want to them, but it doesn't mean it's right.
Agreed.
And maybe even a 10-year-old kid back in our day, but not today. The kids today are getting smart.
Well, yeah, I
buddy,
didn't have the internet to learn like how to when I thought about, hey, how do I turn my dirty 1955 Lincoln cent into a pretty one? I didn't have the internet to go search. I just figured, hey, let's use this pencil eraser and try cleaning it. Oh yeah, there we go.
That looks pretty fancy.
It got it bright red and shiny.
Yeah, it did. Right at the face.
Well, hey, here, try this, and gives me the bottle of Tarnex, and man, that made them all real nice too. I burnt the fingerprints right off my fingers too, using that stuff.
Now we have people like Malone and CoinGeek who actually show us. Thank
I did
God.
that a few times.
Yeah. And then, of course, a year or two later, they're all like pink and gross looking, the coins,
Which is what happens if you use copper in dip. That's why you don't use copper in dip. It turns them all fluorescent pink.
Yeah, but I'm not going to tell you there's not ways that you can improve copper. There's ways, but I'm not going to tell you what to do, because I don't want you messing up a bunch of stuff, because I'm by no means an expert in it, and like every coin's different. Copper's very reactive, and you got to look at what you're dealing with, and you got to This alone is a touchy subject to talk about in any way. No, I mean, it doesn't have to be. It's just that the problem is that, beginning collectors, clean their stuff, and they can do it because they think it looks better. And then once you learn a little bit, you're told never clean your coins. But then you got to get up to like a whole nother level of collecting to where you know that, well, never doesn't mean never. No doesn't always mean no. There are certain ways that you can restore, conserve. You just don't use the word clean anymore.
You just described my past year.
But a lot of people that know how to do it are afraid to share even some details about it, because they don't know who's listening. They don't know who's out there. And like, for example, if I'm telling you, yes, you can do this, and yes, use a little bit of this, or cut it 25%. But then might be 10 people in chat, or whatever there are, list 12 people. Some of those people might not have heard exactly what I said, and they might go ruin some coins. So that's why a lot of people don't like talking about it, because you shouldn't do it unless you know exactly what you're doing, or learn from someone, or definitely practice on coins that are worthless.
Yeah, I don't have anybody to learn from except for you guys, so nobody in hand, we'll say. So
right, but the chances of me doing a video how to properly conserve your coins and use dip and clean are zero. I'm not doing a video.
Oh no. I've watched the three that I know.
People will misinterpret or say, "Hey, I clean my coins," and it's it's not. It's different.
No. I've watched the 3 videos that I needed to watch for my learning process. My learning process was I only needed to watch 3 videos because I watched 3 different techniques. Yeah. Whether they knew it or not, they all did it differently. And I have watched the Coin Week is one of my main go-tos, because Coin Week is a very reliable source of information.
And period, even more than that, it's not just different metals react. When you got copper, red, like the bright red wheat cents that Rich shows, they'll react differently than if you have like a brown large cent, or if you have a copper ancient coin from 2,500 years ago. I mean, there's just copper is, you just got to know what you're looking at, and then you got to look at it. Well, what are you trying to do to it? Are you trying to make it go from brown to red? Well, that's going to be artificial color. There's really no good way to do that that's going to be approved by anybody. Are you trying to get dirt off of it? Are you trying to get like growth on the coin, like green, like verdigris and spotting? There's so many different things that could be going on in the copper, and there's different ways to address each of those. Some of them you can improve, some of them you just can't.
What if that copper had an alloy mix problem like the Woodies, and you mixing what normally works fine doesn't work fine on that one? Because that is an actual scenario that can happen.
It's possible. I haven't run into that, but
I've seen Woodies that were somebody messed with.
Have you?
Yeah.
I've also seen some too that, if you know exactly what you have, you can bring out some beautiful toning on some coins too, on some copper.
Yeah.
But yeah, especially proofs and matte proofs, especially.
Okay.
Jeez.
Okay, so I guess I have one real question for you. Then is dipping peace dollars any different based on their supposed wash in their makings? Because I've never seen one. I haven't been able to find a video of one being done, so I have no firsthand visual knowledge of one. And I've never been able to talk to anybody who has or knows anybody who has. So that is my one question: is if you were to dip a peace dollar as you would a normal coin successfully, would it still be successfully done because of how they supposedly had their acid wash?
I've dipped peace dollars before.
Yeah, I know
Okay.
people too.
Okay, that would be my only real
Not that
question.
I know of. I mean,
Just because I had no reference to go on, and I have one that is so covered in PVC that I want to see this shine underneath it because it is so lustrous, but it's hard to see underneath the
But
like the
remember,
black
if it's just
smog.
PVC, don't use just use acetone. That'll eat plastic.
Perfect. Yeah, that is all I needed to know. Yeah, I would rather do that than screw with anything else because acetone is clean and easy.
Pyrian says, don't know acetone's used to make drugs. As far as don't clean mine, most uses glasses or shades. Yeah, anytime you hear like using cloths of any kind, the white coins, that's not a good idea, Pyrian.
Yeah, if you were going to use the Q-tip, if I would ever use one in my own personal, I would roll it rather than rub it at any point in time. And even then, you would have to break my arm to do so. Unless I can touch
try to avoid it. One thing that I hear that
unless I can-
some people use, like on especially copper coins, that get real dirty and gunky. You know how like if you see like a real dirty like cent and like some of the even like the 9 of the Lincoln cent fills in with dirt and it's just all black and you want to get that out of there, or like even on some
Yeah, I
older
have
coins,
so
just
many.
dirt gets in the
The
protected
Indian
areas.
heads.
Something that I've heard that some people do is you soak those kind of things like in oil for a while to loosen everything up, and then you can pick out all that stuff using a rose thorn.
I hear olive oil.
I
Virgin
wouldn't use
olive oil.
because it'd go rancid pretty quick, and I'd use I mean, you can, you just probably wouldn't do it long, and you need to change out the oil every so often. But something a little more like maybe even a mineral oil or something probably. But don't use anything like baby oil that has perfumes and all that stuff. But yeah, I've heard people like clean copper especially, or pick that kind of stuff out using a rose thorn, because remember, it's just like a piece of plant. Even if you're digging into the coin, you're not going to scratch metal with a piece of a plant, or not likely to. But I mean, you don't go crazy with it, but it's a little less abrasive than using a Q-tip or using a cloth or
Anything man-made. Yeah.
I haven't done it myself. I've just heard that's what some people do.
Yeah, that's cool to know. That's just a cool little thing I'm going to put in the vault as something that I learned as I'm going to look into that one day if I want. Because I'll say anything you've heard me say, chat, look into yourself. Never take anybody's word for it. I don't care if it's Kittle or Peavy or anybody I respect with the highest regard. I will not do something that I haven't personally looked into myself on at least one level.
He's gonna
That's
get out
crazy.
Clean his coins or his water blaster. Nice.
Somebody sent me a video of a steam cleaner that was on an infomercial that they were using for coins, that you would blast steam on them to clean them, and I was like, oh my god.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what it would do.
After a long period of time, I don't either, but I'm assuming that
It's just water, but I've
even
seen
breathing on copper is bad.
machines that cut metal with water too, so water can be kind of powerful too.
Well, and even condensation can be bad for a coin if you're storing it right after.
Well, that's why a lot of times when you see people talk about dipping or cleaning or whatever they're doing, they always say at the end, you should always rinse everything with distilled water, because if you just use tap water, it has minerals and things in it and can leave spots. But so can distilled water. I mean, distilled water is like, it's still water on your coin. It can still leave fine water spots, but it shouldn't. But then you start talking people into like patting their coins dry. But that's why the way I've learned it and the way in my experience, it works, and I haven't had a problem with it, is that the last thing I do, even after I rinse everything with water and clean everything up, and the last thing I do is rinse everything real quick in pure acetone and just let it air dry. And then you look
Don't
at
you-
if there's any spots or anything left over from that, then you know there's something else on the surface you didn't get off, because pure acetone just evaporates.
And see, that's something smart that I hadn't really thought about, just because, well, it hadn't been something that I had seen, and I don't really have a teacher unless I get a hold of you guys.
And you gotta
So
be careful working with pure acetone though, because it's very flammable and it's got a, it definitely has some odor, and you can get high off some fumes. And if you're using, the other thing is it's wrong. You're not supposed to do it that way, but I've used my bare fingers dipping it in there to do it too. And putting your bare fingers in acetone, it really, like, if you do it, dries out your fingers and messes with you a bunch too. But if you use gloves, like plastic or rubber gloves, they'll melt in the acetone. So don't do that.
They will.
Take it easy.
I heard that if you hadn't heard about it, piercing tongs, because they open real wide and they have that little hole, you can grab the rim of the coins.
Yeah, but then you're putting metal on your coins, and if you one little slip up, you're going to put a big scratch or mess up your coin.
Agreed, but they do have the little hole for puncturing holes in, so they have that little extra chunk that, like, almost like an egg holder. When you
but depending on how you're doing it, I don't know if it covers up any part of your coin, then that part's not. Yeah, that's why I put it in there with my bare fingers and swirl. I mean, I don't. And believe me, I'm talking about this, but I very rarely do any of this to any of my coins. The only time I ever really do it are on, like, some proof coins that get real hazy and ugly, and because I know I can clean those up real quick, or but very rarely do I ever even do this. It's just not worth it. I mean,
agreed.
I only really do it on some coins, like that I sell to the local coin club for their prizes, because now if I give them a 40% silver Ike dollar that's all hazy and ugly, they're not going to have much fun with that. But if I can take 2 minutes and make it look perfect and not damage it, they're going to love it. So I do that. But most if it's anything that I'm ever going to sell on my website that's worth money, I'm not going to mess with it, because I don't. I mean, I know how to do a lot of the stuff, but I'm not comfortable enough doing it on a coin that's worth $1,000. So I'm going to send it to NCS, let them do it, to where if they screw it up, I'm covered by insurance and their insurance. And then I know if they do it in-house and clean it up and they're successful, I know it's going to get into an NGC holder, because they're the ones that did the work. But if I'm the one that does it at home and I send it in, they just might call it cleaned and send it back.
Yeah. See, what sparks this is my 1970 S Kennedy that has the DD0005. The thing is so hazy, it's hard to even look at it anymore, and it's only like $150 variety. It's not a massive one by any means, but it's
the 64D die number 5.
No. It's a 1970 S proof DD0005.
Okay.
It is in the cherry pickers, and it is one that they do a tribute.
No, that's that one, because I just got one of those the other day, the 64D die number 5 triple die outburst.
Yes, and that's what it looks like as well. Yeah, this one is as well. There's two very obvious.
Rich put me on eventually. Let's try. I haven't even looked at it under a microscope.
But I didn't want to. It's one that doesn't bring me enough money to add another $25 fee for conservation on top of the grading fee. But it is justified to get the grading. I just don't want to add another chunk to it. So to me, that kind of variety does justify a quick dip, as long as I can do it correctly and I practice beforehand and I work my way up to it, of course, because I'm all about trial and error before it really matters. I'm a Boy Scout at heart. I come prepared and I practiced first.
Yeah, just use your washing machine, David. You got to make sure it's dishwasher approved, though, on the coin. Usually it says on the edge. Yeah, most of them don't say microwave safe, though, so definitely don't dry in the microwave.
I haven't watched UFC in a while either. I used to fight amateurly for a while there at the bars and like the little amateur clubs. Wasn't bad, because I'm a lefty.
Hey, Rich, can you bring up my screen real quick?
Sure. Sorry, I was chatting.
Oh, us too.
Yeah, it's got some tripling on the letters.
Yeah, I see.
Oh yeah, and your 6 of the 64 should have some pretty strong. Then if it's the same style doubling as the one I have, the 7 in 70 is a strong triple.
Yeah, you can see it on the R, like inside the R a bunch.
Mm-hmm.
I
The
see,
U is a strong double.
I see it on the U really hard. Yep.
And then the S will be a good one, and then the T will have an inner loop that goes down both edges of the arms, and then your the E of We Trust is a very good, like, extra little notching on the E. Very strong point on that one. If it's the same kind of double, which I'm learning something
I
about.
don't know. I just got this recently. It's in an ANAX holder, triple die obverse FS 013.6 die 5.
Yeah, so the die 5 variety, if it strikes the coins the same way on half dollars, which I'm learning right now that it looks like it does, because that is doubled in the same spots as my coin, minus the different lettering, of course. But the R, the U, the S, the T all looked exactly the same on the same kind of double.
Yeah. So I just picked that
Nice.
up recently. And then I thought it was cool enough. I figured, why should I just get one when it's for twice the money you can get two?
There
It's
you
true.
go.
Right?
That was the very first variety I ever found, was that die
I thought it
5.
was fun because they're in the old ANAX holders and they're the grading serial numbers are one number apart from each other too. So
Oh, that's cool. That is actually a cool little addition.
Yeah, neat to see them sent in a pair. I wonder if they were a bankroll.
yeah, so these two have been together for a while at least. That's kind of fun. Again, I don't know how much of a premium or what they're really worth, but I just thought it was cool getting the two together.
That is cool.
Old pine tree shilling found with a metal detector. All right.
If that's real, that's amazing.
Nice. Rich, I don't know if you saw these. I just got these done not too long ago.
What is that?
That's great.
Got
Oh,
the
Michael Cato, rare coins. That is awesome. That's a sweet label.
Yeah, I had about half of a roll of these 1944. They're all 44 S's, even though they just put 44 on the label. But I had about half a roll. What am I going to do with these? Because they're only worth a few bucks a piece or so, and I'll send them in and do something fun. So
That is cool.
and on the back they put a sample not for resale ANAX. So
And see, that's where you need to put your signature, just like Dan Carr, because that's what Dan Carr does. Right above that is where he puts his signature, above that little not for.
I sent enough stuff to ANAX. They probably could. I probably could get them to do something special, but then I'd have to pay a little more for them to do something special. These I can get done pretty cheap from them.
The NGC does that. It looks exactly the same.
U.S. Philippines 1 centavo from 1944.
Oh, you'll have to put one of those along with that 155 token that you had for your club, so I can pick those up. I like that one.
These?
Yeah, I like that one.
That is a good. I like that one too, quite a bit actually. That's cool as hell.
I got them in silver, copper, and gold.
What size in gold? 1 ounce or do you?
Size, they're 1.6 ounce, 50 grams.
Oh damn! I saw if you're talking 1/10 ounce, then yeah.
We thought about doing different sizes, but they were just that we'd have to get new dies made for each. So if we just used the one die, then for a 1 ounce silver piece, which is what we were going for, the gold then has to be 1.6 ounces or just over 50 grams.
Yes, but
Yeah, I was trying to get the little Dan Carr Indian 1/10 ounce remakes, the little golden Indians he redid. Oh god, I want them so bad, but they carry such a high premium. They're like $240 for that little 1/10 ounce.
Yeah, I saw those too, and I thought about getting them. If you like Dan Carr stuff, on November 9th, I believe, I'm doing a presentation for Ken Peavy's Coin Seminar weekend on Saturday night. I think it's the 9th.
Would you like me to send you any of my Dan Carrs to use as examples for that?
I mean, I got tons of them, but unless you have something that I know I don't have, but yeah, I'll be doing the Dan Carr and the Moonlight Mint. So anyway, Imperium.
So, yeah, I live in
the back of the Red Books. They got a whole section on Philippine coins under U.S. sovereignty. So U.S. Philippines coins. So they're all made by the U.S. Mint. Some of them Philadelphia, Denver, San Francisco mints, and then after 1920, they opened up a mint in Manila. And the coins, they all say United States of America and Philippines on them. So they got Lady Liberty on a lot of them, the eagle and the shield. So they're about just as much American coins as everything else in the Red Book. So they're fun.
Yeah, I actually like her better than our Walking Liberty.
Yeah. How much am I selling the Red Book? Empyrean, usually I sell the Red Book for, $10, $15, that kind of range is when we order a whole case of them for our coin club, and I think right away we try selling them for about $10, $12, depending on how much we had to pay for them. The problem is then shipping. I mean, I don't know if I'd be able to get them to you cheaper than you could just go online and buy one for. I don't know. I know for that Fort Collins one, I got one of those that's the 2015. I got one of the 2005, the one he did earlier, the earlier version of that. I just don't have the 2015. I got the 2005 though.
Cool design.
Imperium, where exactly
really is.
Located? Is it Guam?
Huh?
Yeah, Guam.
And I could just ship things regular mail to Guam, right? It's not anything extra, just like Hawaii.
That's what people told me earlier.
Yeah. Imperium, yeah, if you need a Red Book, I mean, I can get you a Red Book. Let's see. I don't know for sure if I have any 2020 Red Books left. I can double check. But if I do, I can get you that. I know. Yeah, definitely. I don't have any Guam coins, no. But I don't even think you'd have to send $20. I mean, if it was like, I think I can get you one for like 15 for sure. Maybe even less. You know what? Go ahead and send me I'm going to type in my email address.
Here, I've got you covered.
Go ahead. What's that?
I've got your email right here.
Okay. I just typed it in too. Anyway, you got it right there. Go ahead and send me an email, and then I'll get back to you hopefully within 24 hours, letting you know for sure if I have a 2020 Red Book available and then what I think it's going to cost. But I don't think it's going to be that much. Like I said, it might take a little while to go there. Now, if you wanted it faster, I could put it in the priority mail envelope and send it for, like $7 or $8. And then what do you call it? It would get there faster. But if I do it regular, either media mail or cheaper, it might take a while. Because I know sometimes when I send stuff like that to Hawaii, if they put it on one of the boats, it might take a month. So if you definitely want it within the next week, then we could do priority mail, and I think that's $8 shipping. So it's up to you. We can talk about it. Which one's that one there, Superman?
It's a copper round that I won from EVG, I want to say. I hopped in one of his streams at the end of the stream giveaway and just randomly won it, and then he closed it down. So I couldn't even remember who I got it from for the longest time, but it's a $2 copper round. That wraps it up now.
Yeah, it looks like they're using a lot of the different motifs and stuff from some of the older paper money. I'm familiar with some of those designs are on some of the older notes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Really cool.
I'm a $2 bill fan, so this one kind of, as soon as I opened it up, I was like, "Oh man, that fits me rather well. Thank you very much." Yeah, that was a cool little copper round win.
I went to the bank earlier today to do a couple deposits, and I usually ask, "Hey, do you got any boxes?" Well, usually I have to say, "You got any boxes of pennies?" Because if I say cents, they don't even know what I'm talking about. But I said, "You got any laying around?" She goes, "Yeah, I think I got one. If I could," she says, "Let me go look in the vault real quick." And I'm like, "Well, yeah, if you got a few of them, if you get ones that have older ones, I prefer those over a box of new ones because I almost always get boxes of new ones here in Los Angeles area." Which some people think that's great because then you can always get the new ones and you can sell them for a little bit extra on eBay. But I'd rather have all old ones. And I know some people in some parts of the country never get new ones, but here it's almost every time I get new ones. So So she came back from the vault and she goes, I think there's a lot of shiny ones in here, but I think I see a lot of brown ones too, old ones. I'm like, okay, that's probably good then. And so as soon as I look at it, I see like 3 of them are wheat scent enders through the holes in the box. I'm like,
Oh, nice.
old enough.
Cool.
So
I just got a box of 2019 Ds, unfortunately. Very frustrating, but I pulled out an example of a double dialburst that was strong enough for me to send Chuck,
yeah.
and then him to go. I sent him a video at first because that's what he wanted. So
Mhm.
send me a video, and then I'll let you know if I want you to send it to you. And I was like, oh, gladly, man. I sent him the video, and he goes, all right, I see it. Let me open a few rolls and see how common that is, and then we'll talk.
Yeah.
So fingers crossed, good sign,
Cool.
because it would be the first 2019 DDO found for the Denver Mint. I'll clarify.
Sweet.
Super pumped about that. I'd be all kinds of excited.
You're trying to get air tights. What size air tights do you need, Empyrean?
I got a channel or a website for that one.
Because like if you need something like this, I got like boxes of like guardhouse capsules that are same as air tights. These are for Silver Eagle size. So they come like 10 to a box. And now I'm just going to tear the box because I don't know how to open things and I'm impatient. But yeah, they just come 10 to a box and they're individuals in here and just capsules. 2-piece capsules and they're separated by a little piece of paper. So I got those for Silver Eagles and I think I got them for, oh, you want to see the cap again? How much are these? I don't even know how much they are. They're like, I think they sell for like $5 or $6 a box. If maybe more, I'd have to look them up. I just buy usually a ton of them at a time because I use them for when I buy stuff for the coin clubs or if I buy a roll of Silver Eagles, I usually put them in these. So yeah, here's what one looks like, and there's the paper that I stuck it when I snapped it. Got stuck there, but yeah, just a 2-piece capsules and stick them together, and these are called the direct fit ones. They also make other ones that are a little bit larger, and then you can put like the black foam rings in them and stuff. If you like that kind of thing better, then that's something different.
Like that one.
Yeah, like Rich usually has.
Yeah, I had too many get stuck in those direct fit because I was buying
Once you put these in the direct fits, the other problem is then it's really hard to open them again sometimes.
Yes, it is, but they sure do look really, really nice. They look exponentially better in a stack.
Well, then I also have boxes that you can put those in there to keep them, a box that holds like 25 or 30 of those direct fit capsules, so they're not all stacked and rubbing up against each other and scratching each other.
Yeah.
$6 for a box with 10 in each. I think that's what or maybe that's just what I buy them at wholesale. I don't know, Empyrean. I'd have to double check and look. Because usually I know if you buy them individually at the coin shops, they usually charge about $1 a piece for them.
Yes, they do. $1.09 at least.
Yeah, for the ones that are on individual tags and everything. But I think when you buy the box of 10, yeah, maybe it's like $6, $7, $8 for the whole box. And there's is that Rich showing that? Yeah. Box. Yeah, I got some boxes that can hold them too.
See, those are really nice setup, though. I do like how that ends up working.
And Empyrean, like for bulk, and what I usually do is because, like for example, I showed it earlier. Here, let me get it again. These coin club medals that we do each year that Rich likes. When I get the entire mintage sent in to us, I just don't give them to the people right away. I buy a whole case of direct fit capsules for them, and I put every one of them in a capsule before I distribute them. Then because I know some of the coin club members, like 5 years from now, are going to either like say, "Oh, I don't want this stuff anymore. Will you buy it back?" And I'll be like, "Yes, I will," because I know it's in the capsule and they never touched it with their dirty fingers. So, so yeah, all of these, I usually buy a case of 250 of them. They come in a box of 250 at a time, and then they get a little bit cheaper. I think I end up paying around 30 cents each, maybe 35 cents, somewhere in that range.
Yeah, and that's about where the break stops, even if you jump up the next couple times.
Yeah, it's hard to get them any more
the
Yeah,
same.
250, and they're all the same exact size. And Empyrean, if you're serious and you want to get a whole bunch of supplies, like, a box of 250 of the cent size, and you can even get like a couple different, like where you can buy the cap, like a box of 250 capsules this size, but then buy the different foam rings. It'll be for the different size coins. There's you can maybe do that too. But if you're serious about a bunch of stuff, like once you get up to about $300 worth of stuff, I know the coin supply company I use will just drop ship the stuff directly to you.
Yeah, and the little grommets he's talking about, they come in like a one size fits all, and you just punch out the size you need all the way up to the Morgan size. They're actually pretty universal and really easy to use, really cool.
But if you just needed a few supplies or some things that you didn't want to spend that much Empyrean, then I would have to order the stuff, maybe if I don't have it myself, and then I'd have to ship to you. But if you ever want to put a whole group of stuff together, and even like maybe a couple books or whatever else coin related or all that, or maybe if you need a nice loop and all that, if it ends up ever being $300 or more, I know that I can get the company just to mail it straight to you, and then I don't even have to pay for shipping, and you don't have to pay for shipping because they do free shipping over $300. So, but I don't know if that would include Guam because I don't think they use U.S. Postal Service for me. So I know if they use UPS or FedEx, I know that's not the same price to Guam, but I might be able to talk to them and tell them, hey, put it in a postal box, but we can just let me know what you need or what you're looking for, and can try to help you out.
Hey, Chris Connor.
Hi, Chris. Yeah, Empyrean, even when you're talking about getting 100 of them for a penny, for the penny-sized coins, it's just you're paying more for them, because you got to get them in the boxes at 10 or so, then it might not be that much more just to get 250 of them, because I know the price per drops substantially between the boxes of 10 and then the box of 250.
Yeah, I pay $90 for 250.
Yeah.
Of the penny size. I'm not sure on the others. It's been a while since I bought.
Yeah, I think I pay around $100, somewhere around there. Yeah, it's not much different because it's still a big box of plastic to them.
Yep.
But when you buy them 10 at a time, it's probably double the price. So, yeah, maybe Empyrean. Like I said, I can look and price them out the both ways. Mm-hmm. Very, very cool.
Yeah, and the rings, I think I pay $3 or $4. Maybe it's $5 for 50 of them. So there's another $25.
Yeah. Oh yeah, everything's better in bulk Empyreans there, no doubt. It's just everybody wants to move tons of product than just one or two. Yeah,
and I like these boxes because you get boxes of 50. I've got them for dimes, quarters, pennies. Actually, I don't have them for pennies. But everything else, I use the tubes for the pennies.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they'll put the capsules in there. Yep.
Yeah. That way I can mark the date right on the.
Yeah. What about you, Rich? You selling those? Empyrean wants to know.
Selling what?
I don't know. Just ask if you're selling.
I sell a little bit of everything. Yeah, that's why I had told you when you were in a Cajun stream that, I know you had lost quite a few of your coins. Well, if it's, dimes, nickels, and pennies, that's something that I have quite a few of, especially pennies.
Yeah.
And I'm more than happy to do a really good deal for you. Yeah, just let me put up my email. I always put up Michael's. But there's mine. Send me
Very
an
good.
email and let me know what you're interested in or how much you want to spend, and I can tell you what it'll get you. Give me a range of years and denominations, and yeah, I'll make you a package or two. Several people that buy from me every month, just care packages or grab bags, I guess.
Yeah. Sounds good. Wow, it's 4:30 in the morning already, Rich.
Well, thanks for breaking me in again, Michael.
I know. I still gotta do some videos. Nah. That's funny. I probably should get going and get a little bit of work done though. I gotta be able to give away all these great coins. I can't just keep them on my desk forever.
There you go. Okay, guys, he's giving this stuff away. Listen for details. Uh-oh.
Yeah, no, I mean, well, not everything under the screen right now, but
Yeah, and wait, let me get my off of the screen.
now what I'm planning on doing, and hopefully I'll get it posted later today, is I'm going to do my 1,500 subscriber giveaway video, and there'll be 2 ways to enter, and if you enter only one way, this is your top prize, second prize, and third prize, and then for the other way, you enter top prize, second prize, and third prize. So the prizes are pretty much the same. Reverse proof Kennedy halves for the top prize. These are worth $50 to $75 each. They're pretty cool. And then second prize are uncirculated Franklin half dollars. And then the third places are proof quarters. So if you just enter the first way, which whenever you see the video pop up, it'll just be basically leave a comment, and then you have a chance to win one of those right there. But if you want the chance to win the others, then you're going to have to do some stuff like watch some of my videos. So it'll
A
be
lot of his video.
well, no, if you watch my videos and you tell me you watched an hour's worth of my stuff, you'll get an entry.
Wait a minute. I thought we were talking 500 hours earlier.
Well, it's possible. No, I think I'm going to limit it to like 24 hours maximum per person because it's all on the honor system. Like, I don't know if you're really doing it. I have a feeling after I post this video, because I'm going to tell people, and if you're going to get in the second part where you're going to watch some videos, then, make sure you edit your comment to tell me how many hours you watched. I have a feeling there's going to be people that have told me they've watched 24 hours before I've even had the video up for 24 hours. But we'll see how that works. But yeah, it'll be all in the honor system. So, but like I said, if I can get just like 50 people to go click on my playlist and watch it for a day, then basically I've got all my hours that I need. So that'd be real helpful. But no, if you guys just want, I got one video of the 5,000 wheat cent bag I opened up. It's like a 7-hour video. All you have to do is click on that, let the phone run or whatever you watch run while you sleep, and that helps me out a ton. And that would get you 7 entries into the giveaway for these.
I've probably already done that once for you, at least if you have a 7-hour penny hunt video or Wheatie bag video. I can almost guarantee that I've done that at least.
You can click on the playlist. I think it plays all of my videos, and I think I got like somewhere between like 28 and 30 hours of videos if you watch everything. But yeah, I mean, it's all there, but I could use the help with getting my time. I mean, I'll get the watch time I need, and I'll get monetized by the end of the year one way or another. But,
That's cool.
It'd be more fun if I had it right now.
I wonder if they would know if I'm running 30 tabs of your.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know how that works.
They've been deleting them. That's how you guys lost a whole bunch during the 09
Before I would watch on one of my extra phones. It's just an old phone that I got plugged into my Wi-Fi and got it playing. I would watch my playlist, and then I would also turn it on my TV, and then I'd see a bunch of time that one day, and then the next day, a lot of the time would disappear. So I think maybe it'll count you watching just one time of your own, but if you open up multiple tabs or multiple devices, I think they figure it out.
I think it all has to do with your IP address. They figure out the household.
That makes sense, but it's not just that, because I've done it to where I've had like because I got a different account on my one extra phone, and then my TV, it's registered. It's a different account, so really I can like subscribe to people multiple times, which is kind of fun if I ever need to help people out. But
That's true.
but I'm sure it's all in the same wireless connection. So but they know people live in households where there's multiple people. They can't just say one view per household. So I think I've checked and I've gotten credit for watching stuff twice. But I know if I tried turning on 10 different devices or 10 tabs, they're going to wipe out that. So I don't want to totally cheat, but I figure, hey, I'll get everybody else to help me out. And it'd be totally optional. You know, if you just want to enter a simple giveaway, you have a chance to win one thing. And if you want to, and if you're able to help me with a little bit of my time, then you'll get some more chances. I don't know, just just an idea. I don't know if it'll work.
That's what this is brainstorming.
I think it'll be a fun social experiment that we can all participate in too, because what I'll do is right when I post a video, I'll go to my analytics and I'm going to write down the total number of watch time I have. And then once this is done, I'll check the total time I have, so I'll know the difference. And that's going to include everything else that people have watched or any other videos I do as well. But then I'll add up the total number of hours people have told me they watched, and to see how close or if they tell me, wow, we've watched way more hours. We'll see how accurate it is.
And we're gonna bet on the spread.
And that's why I said I was going to max it out at, I'll probably just say 24 hours is the most I'll give you, or 24 entries is the most I'll give you, because I just know there'd be some kid out there or some jerk that doesn't like me saying, yeah, I watched 125 hours, 25 chances. And
Suck it.
No, you didn't, because I don't know. We'll see. It'll be fun. You can look at your videos and see my comment, then I watched the whole. Yeah, David, I had that. I posted that 40-second video of my U.S. Philippine coin, and I don't know if David watched all 40 seconds of it, but he did leave a like and a comment. I'm pretty sure. So that 40 seconds is it all adds up. That's for sure. But that's why I'm having the trouble with my watch time, David, is because when you look at my videos, almost all of them are like 30 to 45 seconds just when I show a coin. And I mean, I could have 250,000 people watch all those and watch every second of it. I still don't have the requirements, but so I just don't do very long videos is the problem. So I got to have people, but that's when I do the streams, then I get tons of credit. And then, so yeah, if I can have some people just watch a couple of the streams that are already up there and build up some hours, then that helps out a ton. And then I start getting like 50 cents a video after I post that, or 38 cents or 12 cents or whatever I'm going to get. So I'll be making it big.
And if you have variety videos, I watch those like once a day. So you'll make like $1 off me a day.
There
personally. What's up? I can almost guarantee that.
Empyrean wants Dave to make a video on his collection.
Oh, I just found a double die obverse on a 72S.
All right.
Not the super kick-ass strong one that everybody really, really wants, but it's definitely one.
Yeah, I know the ones on the 72P, but I don't know about the ones on the S as much.
So you can see the inside of the E right there. But it's not a strong one by any means, no.
Yeah, Dave, your longest video is 4 minutes, 59 seconds. Okay. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, even if you get tons of people to watch it, it's just hard to build up watch time. At least enough to get the 4,000 hours YouTube requires right now.
And I always try to do my videos at about 5 minutes, and I don't think none of my videos are less than like 9 or 10 minutes.
Well, that's the thing that kind of pisses me off, Rich. It's like you spend a lot of time doing those videos, and it just, YouTube doesn't really give you any credit for it. They give you way too much credit on the live streams. They count because everybody's sitting here watching, and they can't fast forward right now to the end. They have to stay with us, or not be here at all. But like, for example, when I look back at some of my videos, one of them I did it on in June for the anniversary of D-Day. I did a short video on World War II coins, the steel cents and the silver war nickels, right? and it was like maybe 8-9 minutes. I don't remember exactly how long it is, but I think I only got like 50 views on it or something like that, or 70 views. And like, even of that, half the people didn't even watch the whole thing. And it's just like, so basically I have almost none of maybe I got like a few hours of watch time out of that tops. But then like I can just pop up a live stream where I'm opening up some rolls of Lincoln Cents and get 100 hours for doing that, So it's just like the way I still like doing the educational videos. I just wish more people would see them, or you get more credit for them,
Yeah.
It's true.
It's so much more work doing that than just clicking live and talking on the camera.
Yeah. And there's some people that they spend lots of time on their stuff.
Yeah.
So heavily edited.
Oh, sure.
Oh yeah. Some people go above and beyond with their quality of what they produce when they make a video.
I'm going to try to do one here soon just because I'm capable and nobody knows it.
Yeah.
And I've been on here for almost 10 years. So somebody should know by now
There you
that
go.
what I do is editing.
Right.
But you can't
It's a
tell
small
nobody
date.
knows.
Yeah. That's funny.
Small date with an RPM.
All right, guys. I think I'm going to call it I guess it's not even night or day. I don't know. I kind of slept weird the last couple of days. So I think I woke up when them kind of got in occasions. I took like a way too long of a nap. So I'm pretty much ruined this week and trying to get back into a normal sleep schedule. But I figured I'll get a bunch of work done, maybe post a couple of videos, and then probably crash sometime in the afternoon again.
These are actually those wooden Superman posters on top of a fish tank table.
Oh, nice.
I just have a lot of Superman posters. I have a lot of Superman everything. It's just how I roll.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I gotta get going. I'm gonna take off. It was good talking to you guys, and good to see you again, Rich.
Yeah, nice seeing you. Nice chatting.
And
It is good seeing you again, Rich. I'm glad you're back on.
And we'll see you next time.
Alrighty, take it easy.
Sweet dreams, kiddo.
Yeah, and I'm surprised I'm even on because my grandkids are sleeping in the next room. Normally I would be streaming, but they were carving pumpkins all day and had a big long day playing outside, so I figured they'd sleep through it.
Nice.
Yeah, I had some of the original comic books for quite a few of the characters. I wish I still had those.
I wish I was around to be able to get those for underneath an arm and a leg. So I have a collection. I have a collection of the newer ones, which it's that little stack right there in the corner. And that's I wanted to collect a series from the beginning, and I happened to go to the comic book store right when Carnage was starting their new series, and right when Superboy was starting a new series. So that was what I collected, was Carnage and Superboy. And then my buddy, my brother, who passed away, he collected Batman Beyond. So when he was in the hospital, I bought every Wednesday, New Comic Book Day. I would go out and I got a whole bunch of Batman Beyond, so I started building that collection up too.
Yeah, I remember you telling me about him.
Yeah.
You had a nice tribute to him.
Oh yeah, and I have a tattoo on my chest of the Thomas Wayne Batman symbol, which is basically the normal Batman symbol, except it's black with a red circle around the background dish, because there's a cartoon movie that is absolutely phenomenal. It beats any DC movie made so far. It just happens to be a cartoon. It's called Flashpoint Paradox, and without ruining very much of it, in the beginning, it's an alternate timeline where instead of Bruce's parents getting shot in the alley, Bruce gets shot and murdered in the alley, and his mom goes insane and becomes the Joker, and his dad goes crazy and becomes Batman, except he kills people. He has no limits. He carries guns and just murders people. Crazy movie. That's like the opening scene, so I didn't ruin anything. The movie that follows, great movie.
And which one was
It's called Flashpoint Paradox.
Oh,
And
okay.
in that movie,
I did check that one out, or I got it on my list. I'm making sure I had access to it, but I haven't, because you said this is the one that has Flash.
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's basically it's Flash's movie, so it's Flash and Zoom, not Zoom. Whoever the black one is, the one who wears the yellow and black suit.
Yeah.
He's the villain. So he gets everybody in. I'm not even gonna try to explain it. It's cool as hell, but everybody's got a different name. So instead of the Joker and Harley Quinn, it's the Jester and somebody else. It's kind of weird. Gruesome-ish movie though. Like, it's an adult-ish movie. Definitely a PG-13 because there is some violence. But great movie. They trap Superman in an underground cave the second they find him as a kid, so he's never seen the sun, so he doesn't even exist in this time period until they like break him out, and he looks like this anorexic death child who's brittle and tiny. It's crazy good movie. But that every movie in the Justice League DC world where they're wearing that certain outfit, where it looks like they're wearing ultimate costumes, all of those tie in together. So all of the Aquaman movie, the Wonder Woman movie, the Justice League War, the Batman vs. Robin, the Son of Batman, all of those all tie into one giant mass movie. And there's something like 13 of them out now. It's insane how they all tie across. It's Teen Titans versus Justice League is a part of it. All of them, that they're wearing those certain outfits and they have those voices. It's all one storyline.
Yeah, I was waiting until I had time to watch it all. I like to watch it all at once.
It's
Spend
going
a
to
couple
take you.
days watching it.
Yep, that's a solid weeker because man, they're all full length movies. They're hour and a half, 2 hour movies because they are full length graphic novel cartoons. Is how I would put this. Because there's detailed stories as the graphic novels, not the comics, but the graphic novels, which are way different. And graphic novels are cool because they're like books, but heavily artistic and detailed.
Okay, Chris, which comic are you talking about?
Superman has a comic that was worth I would say probably 10 grand right now, and it came out in 2015 or 16. It was when he got a new power for the first time in 50 years, and it is called it's the Super Inferno or something. I don't know, but he gets a new power, and there's an alternate cover that they made diddly squat of, and I knew of this beforehand, and then went to work anyway instead of going to comic book day. And within a week, that comic book was 1,000, and within 2 months, it was $5 grand, and by the end of the year, you couldn't find a copy to buy.
Now, what was the first issue of Superman?
Oh yeah, and then there's the first issue of Superman that's worth buku outrageous bucks.
What year was that?
50.
Oh, was it that late? I thought it was 30s or 40s.
Oh, no, it could be, yeah, because he was the first superhero.
Yeah.
He was right after the war when everybody was super depressed and they couldn't get anybody out to rebuild the economy, so they basically franchised and marketed Superman and stole the idea from those two dudes who created him and didn't pay him royalties for like something like 40 years. Oh man, these guys were like homeless, living on the streets. The creators of Superman, because they sold the idea for like $150
Oh
in the
man.
50s, in the Great Depression. They sold the idea for something dirt cheap. And like this, they found one of the creators something like 40 years later, and he's homeless. And they get him cleaned up, and they take him to court, and they make the owners of the name brand pay this dude royalties for the rest of his life for creating Superman. And I thought it was such a cool documentary to read.
Yeah, because end of Depression, that was the end of the 20s.
Yeah. It was right after that when it was just so down in the dumps. And yeah, the two creators of Superman sold the idea for something outrageously low. And then ended up being like really sick with cancer and like really just had really rough lives while Superman just blew up as the American Boy Scout and just skyrocketed the whole comic book scene.
Yeah, because you got to keep in mind now, it wasn't just the comic books. That was in newspapers and all kinds of stuff.
Oh yeah, the posters, the marketing posters, because he fought Nazis for the first like 4 years of Superman. He basically fought Nazis. That is all he did. There's the Soviet Superman, which is the Red Superman, which is like a whole series where it's basically Superman but based in Germany. And he's battling Hitler, and he's got a different symbol on his chest. Oh yeah, there's a whole lot of Superman that most people didn't realize was mainly marketing. It wasn't even for story. That's why it isn't well known or out there very much, is because it was a war market, basically.
Huh. Hey, Gums, I'm glad you got those.
But I got a Funko Pop the other day that makes me very interested in Marvel, because I want to know why this is a thing. Venomized Iron Man. Are they going to mix Venom and Iron Man? Are those worlds going to collide in the Marvel scenario? Because they're both Marvel, and that would be cool as hell.
Well, now that one collided with Spider-Man, right?
No. Venom in this series that's out now is something that I'm very happy is happening. In this series that's out now, the new movie with Tom Hardy playing Venom, Venom is actually a good guy. So Venom is from a planet of symbiotes, a mother planet, where they scour the universe either to inhabit, take over, or yada yada. But the longer the symbiote is away from the mother planet, the more they lose their brain functions, and they become more aggressive and more aggressive and more aggressive. So the old comics, when they would go back, it would like reset their brains, and they were actually good people, like good things. So he ends up being a good guy for the most part. He's still kind of a turd. He eats people, it is what it is. But because he linked up and really bonded with Eddie Brock, who actually has moral play with Venom himself, he's the good guy in the series. So he's going to fight Carnage, and he's going to fight Anti-Venom, and he's going to fight other villains that you would think would be on his side in the normal, comics. No, he fights them. So this next movie, he's going to fight Woody Harrelson is playing Carnage. Awesome decision. I couldn't express how excited I am to watch this next one with Tom Hardy being Venom and then Woody Harrelson playing Carnage.
Yeah, I like Hardy.
And they're also bringing in a chick to be Carnage's girlfriend, and I can't remember who she is in the villain world, but it's going to be kick ass. I'm excited as all hell.
That's great.
But if they end up mixing Iron Man in this scenario, and Venom gets a hold of the Iron Man suit and does this in any part of the movie, I will be excited as well.
Well, when I started collecting comics, it was 59 or 60. So a lot of Batman. I remember Spider-Man, Superman.
Yeah, that's basically all I collect when it comes to those things. I got a little bit of Star Wars, but it's Spider-Man, Anti-Venom, Venom, some more Venom, and then Batman, Superman, Metallic.
Oh, you know what? I think I have an old movie poster of Superman.
Superman. That mystery thing is Superman.
Because I have a whole slew of movie posters from the 40s and 50s.
Bizarro. They're one of my favorites. Batman from a buddy. Lex. And that's Nightmare Batman. Glow in the Dark Goku. Chrome Darth Vader. More Superman. The books.
Sorry, guys. It's Super Silverman.
Oh, yeah, sorry, guys. And then, of course, nothing's complete without some Rick.
Cool.
But I'm waiting for them to bring in Anti-Venom because I didn't know this was a thing. He is like the ultimate boss villain in the Spider-Man world.
You know,
yes, like,
it's so
one
funny.
bite-
What, go ahead.
Oh no, you go ahead. I'm interested in what you had to say.
I was just saying, it's so funny what people collect. You know, I have made really good money on some pretty silly things like, I sold a Little Bo Peep figurine that was out of Cracker Jacks, one of the early Cracker Jacks toys. I think I sold it for like $150 or $200, and it wasn't in perfect condition. So it's just crazy the values on some of this stuff. So I was also addicted to a lot of the gum and candy of my day as a kid.
Where did I set that?
And they have the garbage pail kid things, but we used to have a thing that had labels like Tide and Windex and that, and they made up. Roundup. Okay, I thought that was a Hopalong Cassidy.
Roundup candy cigarettes. What is?
Cool, because I got a ton of Hopalong Cassidy stuff.
As I'm a collector of oddities, I would say I have no real direction on a lot of things, except for Avalanche and Superman, because I'm a huge Avalanche fan. So when it comes to mixing things, so mixing a Hot Wheels and Avalanche and getting a Zamboni Hot Wheels, I thought was pretty cool, especially because it's working. Like this little thing raises and stuff.
That's cool. Yeah, Hopalong
Yeah,
was the first one to cash in on selling everything with his name on it. They had a catalog you could order, and there was 1,000 products in it.
that's awesome.
Curtains, rugs, light switches, pillowcases, everything you could think of. The guns, the holsters, the peg holes.
Old movie film tins.
Got a whole bunch of those.
That's what I store. That's what I keep my discards in for my pennies.
Might have some of the films.
That's cool. Unfortunately, mine were empty when I found them, but I was
Be
hoping
careful though, because if any of you guys run across that stuff,
if they see light,
stay away from it because you're gonna catch your house on fire. Water and oxygen causes the old films to catch fire.
I didn't know that. Thank you. That's good to know.
Yeah, the old films are really flammable, combustible.
And I actually do have that car that I'm trying to sell. She's a project car. Doesn't look near that good. But
I raced a bunch of those. They never did too good.
Whoever had it before me had a much bigger engine, for sure. Because when I bought it, you could tell that the engine mounts have been used because, well, they're all bent because it had been taken out and then put back in. And I have a Holley carburetor racing system sticker on the back windshield of my car, but no Holley carburetor in my car anymore.
Huh.
But I also have racing shocks on my front and back end, wide boy back tires, and my car sits at an angle like this because when it had the heavier engine, it sat flatter, and now that it has the baby 302 in it, it sits like this again because whatever one they had in there was beast. Because that car, it looks like it was built to go.
Yeah, one of my
But they took it all back and gave me the factory parts again, and I have a factory.
well, that sucks.
Yep. So I have but they left me the shocks and stuff, and the tie and the rims on the back. I was like, about it. Everything else is 100% factory. That's the only thing that's different is just the shocks. And you can tell because they are big boy shocks in there. And but yeah, it still has. Oh, it still has like factory everything, even the checkerboard chrome dash. But somebody stole my glove box, or needed it before I got the car, so it's glove boxless. But yeah, I'm trying to sell that because it's just rotting away in my buddy's backyard. And I promised that car I wouldn't do that to it anymore. So I picked it up because it was rotting away in a field.
Yeah, I had a Dodge Coronet that was built by a dragster builder that created the dual into quad link rear end suspensions for the dragsters.
Yeah.
And he totally subframed it and had a balanced blueprinted motor in it, 446 back, had a Offenhauser tunnel ram, 360-degree tunnel ram on it with an 1120 CFM carburetor.
See, my goal was to put a 383 stroker on that and have the stroker sit right out of that hood scoop and put a bird right around it. It was going to be so gorgeous.
With my stack, see my motor from the rear of the car.
Yeah. And see, my goal was to put neon lights or black lights on the bottom of my windshield wiper sprayers and put a glow in the black light bird on my hood to where you couldn't see it in the daytime. But at night, if I flipped a switch and put on them black lights, you would have a black light sensitive eagle on the hood of the Firebird on the hood. And just paint it like matte murder black and just have that thing just bright purple when you hit the lights on at night. Oh, it was looking gorgeous.
See, I did all kinds of stuff like that with lighting
But nobody's done that yet, and that is still an original ass idea. If somebody steals it and does it, I'll still feel the same way that it was mine because I've had the idea for like 10 years and no one's still done it. So I can still hold that. But I'm losing hope in me being able to finish this car before I feel that it shall rot away. Because right now I don't have any real rust except for my floorboards because it had original T-tops and my seals weren't the best on the T-tops. So it rusted out my floorboard, which you can imagine. But other than that, all my quarter panels passed the magnet and knock test. It's been sanded down. I just need to finish off a few spots and then primer it out. I had it running. It's not running now. And I had a mechanic buddy work on it. And then I had to move because I got evicted. So it's missing some components on the weak, faulty baby engine that was in it. Because I wouldn't have advised whoever bought it to use that engine anyway. Unless you wanted a factory original restored car that you didn't really drive often because they were rocking. Oh, those pistons were loose as hell. I wouldn't have trusted that car. It sat in a field for like 15 years before I bought it. But we got it running.
I had a brother-in-law that was a horse trader. This guy, he'd run into 5-6 major deals in a single day. It was just crazy. He's just a natural born horse trader. I went with him to go pick up a Honda 754 that he was picking up for $200. And on our way over there, he spotted a car out in the field and went out there, checked it out, knew what it was, talked to the people and asked if he could get it running and drive it off. You know, he'd pay one amount, otherwise he would pay much less. And he got it running, drove it off. Is 60, I think it was a 68 GS with the dual fours, 4-speed in the positive rear end, convertible, one of 144.
I worked with a dude named Mike, and he rebuilt old cars. Like, that's what he did. When I first met him, the first thing we talked about was how he just rebuilt and sold a 69 Stingray. And I was like, I hate you already, man. But he's driving along doing routes because he was a driver for the warehouse I worked for. And he runs across this house that has a couple fastback Mustangs sitting out front. And he ends up picking up 3 fastback Mustangs, one like almost complete race-worthy like beast fastback, and then what the guy said were 2 parts cars for it. One was damn near complete within itself, and one had been gutted a little bit to complete the other 2 already. The guy ends up getting all 3 of them for something like $4,000. I shit you not. But he just finished the one that was already pretty much done, sold it for $38,000. And then still had the other one that's almost done. Again, he said he would sell it for like 18 or 19. And then he's gonna have the shell of the other one that he'll just auction off for like $100. Whoever really wants to get it out of his yard, basically. I was like, I don't even know what to say to you right now, man. Guys, that's what he does though. He is a master vintage car mechanic. That is his passion, and he learned it, and he learned it well. Like, he does those 4-speed automatic transmission into 5-speed manual like changes on an old school like 55. He's doing it on a 55 Chevy right now. That's his project. That's his baby project. It's a 55 Chevy truck that he's turning from the factory 4-speed into the 5-speed stick.
Yeah, I had to do
6-speed.
that.
Turn it into a 6-speed.
My Land Cruiser was up on the tree. It was actually a pretty easy fix. Conversion kit.
Yeah, he said he ran into an issue that he had to make an extension for his arm because something wasn't going in right. He had to have a hydraulic angle. So the way it angled in, he had to have 2 ballpoint ends to where it would still do what it needed to without, turning the wrong way. He couldn't get it straight up and down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Coronet I was just talking about, it did 132 miles an hour in 10.5 seconds for the quarter mile.
Nice.
And it was fast as hell. Had to put a Vertigate shifter in it because it had a 456 geared rear end, and the motor was a rat motor. It wound out so fast that you had to be able to shift as quick as you can. So it's a H pattern on its side. You lift up and put it into first. You slap it into second, and then slap it back into third, and then down to fourth. You don't have to hit any key going that way. It was a great racer. I had so much fun. I beat so many vehicles and so many cars. Well, in fact, I never lost but once. And I lost to a guy who had like 60 grand into his car.
See, my first car was a 83 280 ZX Turbo Datsun that I kept like sleeper status. I never paid it. I kept it the factory bronze with the paint peeling away. But we made sure that turbo and that boost was running mighty fine. And if we could have done the $100 bill test, where if you put $100 on the dashboard, if you can grab it while I'm going out of a stoplight, you can have it because you can't lean forward to save your life. But the only people who ever raced.
I did that several times too.
The bill test, it's a fun test to see how good your your boost is.
Yeah, I had a buddy that tried doing it and he missed a shift.
You got $100.
Yep. And I loved it 'cause he had tried with me a couple times and his
That's
car
a
was
fun
pretty
game.
quick, but not like mine would just rock you back in your chair. I mean,
Oh yeah.
one of my buddies was we were almost in a fight with a couple cars, and he was leaning way out the window, and I didn't see him lean out, and I hit it really hard, and the poor guy, he
Tried to
had a
break him
scar
in.
across his ribs from my lock that it just tore him hard. He was proud of it in later years, but I felt so bad. The poor guy had sore ribs for probably a year or so.
And then my first real long relationship, her uncle drove in and then wrote the little guidebook for the Colorado Grand, which is the international like dirt race with the old school Howards and Aston Martins, like the old school speed racer looking cars. And he let me drive his 2014 Ferrari one time, and that was probably the coolest day of my life. With the slab shift on the steering wheel, and as soon as we pulled it out of the driveway, he went, "I can hit a $120 by the stop sign. Let's see what you can do, boy." And I got so giddy, it was like Christmas morning.
Yeah, well, we had a friend that was an Italian race car driver. Then he had a Di Tommaso Mangusta. Oh my God! If you don't know what that is, look it up. It's an amazing car. In this short little road that's part of the airport area, he got it up to 170 miles an hour, and this was in probably about 78, 75, somewhere in there. It was an amazing little car. It was so low to the ground.
Mm-hmm.
So
Oh man, they are so low. They are so low.
he was a
Ah
great
man, it's
racer.
the only time I've ever been in one. And it's the only time I'll ever probably be in one. But my God, the smell of that car will change your life.
Yeah. Oh, and the alcohol burners. Oh, I love that smell.
I'm telling you, man, everything about that car it just changes. As soon as you sit down, you're like, I want to change my life forever.
Yeah, well, I grew up at Sears Point. That's all my buddies had cars, and we did quarter mile all the time. But we also did street racing and stuff, and had a lake that was this super windy road. Took about 20, 25 minutes to get there. We'd do it in like 8 minutes.
Nice.
Yeah, I had to stop doing it though because I had a motorcycle go down behind me, and too many people were having close calls playing games with me. Some old man I don't want to say what car I have, but yeah, it's not a super sports car. It's a semi sports car. Just really good traction and a lot of oomph, but does turns like you can't believe. I was shocked. I'd never driven a car like that before.
My buddy
Not
Jason
a street car.
my buddy Jason, I call him the Filipino magician because he puts LS1s into a Mazda Miata and turns them little bastards into like 8,000 million mile CC little go-karts. They can shoot around at insane miles an hour, but have the turning radius of a shopping cart.
Yeah, the Mazda class is what my buddy raced. He was a national champion. I think they called it the ANA.
Those things are insane.
Yeah, he was really an amazing racer. He even went international, but he was a national champion for like 4 or 5 years. His name was Donnie Edwards. So, but the one thing he hated is when the two of us race. Oh man, if I didn't give him a run for his money, I was just nosing above him, and he hated it.
That's exactly right. I was the only dude who ever beat me. I taught how to race, so every time he tried to get cocky, we would remind him of this fact, and then I'd really let him have either a hard time or a real bad end of the night.
Well, he was a driver for Skip Barber at the raceway, and taught people how to race. But yes, and Skip Barber was a big deal at one time.
Yes, and I'm a good teacher. I can demonstrate and teach it pretty well. So I taught some grasshoppers how to whoop my ass eventually.
Yeah, I wasn't a conventional driver. I stuck to a semi line, but not like the one they want you to.
Who do we have in the chat now?
Label.
Oh. Yo.
Superman, I put up an Incubus cover yesterday, I think.
Oh, I have to check that out. Where is my little Incubus thing? I imagine it's visible at the moment.
Yeah, I haven't seen it for a while on your thing.
Oh, I thought you could see. Oh, here it is. I thought you could see it at the moment because you talked about it, and I was like, wait, I haven't even seen that thing in a couple days.
Hey, Lincoln.
The old school patches. Oh, I got to plug in the old phone. So I went and picked up a 10-pack of the 1966 SMS sets, hoping to draw the victory, which I did not. So if anybody needs a 66 SMS set, pretty, I'd say average to decently above average, let me know. They're like $12 right now, because $12 plus shipping, because that'll let me make $1 or $2. Literally $1. So
how many you got? I'll take one.
I got 10 of them because I bought a 10-pack. And I'll probably keep one of them just because I think I know I found a double die obverse on one of the Kennedys, so I'll keep that one set for sure. But other than that, yeah, they're all decent.
A second. One of my grandsons stirring. I'll be right back.
Oh yes, sir.
I'll get one $12.
Yeah, for sure. It's $12 plus shipping. So if you're in Guam, right? Is that what I remember hearing?
Yeah.
So it would be $16 for you just to get it to you if it's a $4 shipping.
What's your PayPal?
David.A.Stern.
David.A.Stern.
303.
303.
At gmail.com.
Okay.
Which is also my email that's hooked up to that. So you can type in your address and everything information-wise needed, and it'll all shoot me the info in a sweet little compiled message.
What is it? It's a 66 SMS?
Yeah, correct. And I have the boxes too. So you will be getting them in the boxes, which everybody says is rare these days to get the box, but you will get it in box.
Okay, cool.
And that is a 40% silver $50 for sure. Because they were 40% to $69, as we all know. And I haven't looked through all of them for every variety. I did like a quick over search. Because that's what I do. I love hunting for varieties. It's like my favorite thing. I don't collect them, but hunting them keeps me from committing crimes and wreaking havoc.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back, good sir.
Yeah, I got my little 1-year-old grandson spending the night. Such a little kid. He doesn't stay here too often at overnight, but it's so cool. He's stirring and he's a little concerned because he didn't recognize where he was. sees
yeah, that.
Papa, and it's all okay, and back to sleep he goes.
Yeah, once he heard your voice, he was like, "All right, we're good then. I know where I am. We're good."
Yeah.
I wake up like that too sometimes. We're like, "Oh shit, where am I?"
Well, that used to be a problem for me, but no, I don't do that anymore.
I was saying that's not even the last time wasn't even due to alcohol. It's just because I randomly went to bed at like 4 in the afternoon. So when I woke up, I just instinctively expected it to be sunny out, and it was like pitch black. And I was like, "Oh, where the hell am I? What's going on right now? I'm so confused." Took me
So
like half an hour to recollect.
I put the airtight address up on the screen. That's where I get my airtights.
Okay. Your PayPal, Rich, is the same as your email?
That was me. That was Super Silverman. But yes, the david.a.stern303 @gmail. Yes, that is my, well, it's my business email. We'll say it's for Bizarro Bullion, which is what I'm hoping to turn into my pouring company
Okay.
if I ever make it up high enough.
No, I got your email, Superman, for the 16 for the 66. But Rich, your
Oh, yeah.
your PayPal's the
My
your email's the same for your PayPal.
I actually share a PayPal with just a second here.
Okay, no worries.
Here, I share it with Cajun. It's up on the screen.
Okay, right on. So it's the same.
Yeah, so just say how much and that it's for me and send me
And
an
the note.
email with what you want.
All right.
Rich,
Yeah, me
what is
too.
your,
You know,
oh, you can
go
go
ahead,
for
go
it,
ahead.
man. I was just
No,
going to
no,
ask Rich's opinion on the possibilities of what he thought of this hitting a deep cam.
It looks really good. What's the back?
Because I know that would be a Mr. G question or a Dr. G question for sure. But if this is a decam, I cherry picked one because I thought this was way too frosty to be just a regular cameo for being a 67 SMS one, which isn't even supposed to have cameo. And that's not even me trying to play on light. That's any direction I turn that. It is that black and white.
Yeah, as long as the fields are evenly reflective. Because if you have poor spots in the fields, that won't get you the higher cameo. But if they're even, yeah, it looks good.
I think so too. I think this one, and I think even though this is an old, what is this? A PCI, whatever it is. Even if they decide to downgrade this to a 65, if it hits a deep cam 65, that's still a very expensive $50.
Cool.
But if PCGS keeps this at a 66 and I were to get the upgrade, that would be an exponentially expensive $50. And that would be like,
And who
oh,
rated
man.
it?
It would be my first successful it would be my first attempt at an online cherry pick / crack out, and it would be cool as hell if it was a success.
Who graded that one?
PCI.
Oh, okay.
Which is why I accumulated for it downgrading a grade to a 65 if PCGI touched it. But if it upgraded to a deep cam in a 65, it is still a highly worth it attempt. But even if it were to stay at a 65 or go down to a 65 and stay at a regular cam for PCGS, it's still more than I paid by far. I only paid $30 for it. And at a 65 or 60, 65 cameo PCBS is still like $60 or so.
Yeah, you got to take those chances.
Yep. And then after I looked at the proof nickels on the PCGS price guides and saw that they're neon blue and purple and all kinds of ridiculous colors, I decided that cracking this one out, because it was labeled questionable color, I called shenanigans on PCGS when they decided that answer.
No, now show me. Let me see that one again.
Oh, let me get moved lighting. Vroom.
You see how there's a kind of like a shadow around the backside of the bun, the hair?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've turned in a couple of them with this same kind of look, and I've gotten the same thing.
Questionable color?
I have like 5 of them.
Yeah, because this is the third. There's a 38D with full steps, at least 5 full steps by NGC standards. Beautiful, beautiful luster. You know it hasn't been like cleaned, and it was an old enough holder before they started designating what it was. So it just says the genuine Jefferson, and this little 91 is all you have to go by, which 91 is questionable color in the PCGS book.
Yeah, and spotty, blotchy, all that they don't like. Or if it's
So I got this.
they're not used to.
See, and I got this for $6 at the LCS just because I called shenanigans. Like right off the bat, I was like, "Ooh, 38D, I could use that for my book for $6." And then I looked at it because I thought it was weird that it just said this, and I was like, "That's weird." Normally, it would say details or cleaned or something. It would say something, and that it's pretty uniform. And when I looked at their report for the Proof 64 nickels and saw that it is seriously neon green, it is this color, but imagine this color on a nickel.
Yeah,
That is the color. It blew my mind.
I definitely have a couple of those.
I have a proof set coming my way that actually has one, and that is the reason I started looking it up, is because when I saw that, I mean, it's green and purple and blue. I mean, it looks like somebody threw a tie-dye water balloon at it. But it's still in the mint set, and it's the only coin in it that is toned that way. And I was like, does this really happen? Is this really a thing? I've looked at 64 proof sets many times, actually. I look at those quite often. And I've never even seen one with a slightly colored nickel in that way. So then I started looking at PCGS, and turns out, yeah, the top graded nickel in any of those proofs are all the most ridiculously colored things you've ever even thought about seeing.
Hey, Raymond.
Like, they look fake, they're so toned.
Yeah, I've got quite a few of them. I probably have 12 to 15 proof sets that are still full. You know, it's the entire sheet with
There's a two.
remarkable, ridiculous colored coins. Normally the nickel.
Yeah, normally the nickel. There's a 10-pack of 66 SMS sets that have never been opened, still in the box, that it looks like it's still sealed right now on eBay. And I want it so bad.
Yeah, I even have one that's purple.
Really?
Yeah, the one that I have heading my way it's like half turquoise and then half purple, but it's got a little spot on the top of it that I'm hoping is the wrapper. I'm guessing it's not. Either way, I want it because I love them toners, and it'll go good with the set that I'm building. Like, I don't care what some of them grade, but them blues.
Yeah.
Oh god, they're
Even the
so
purple.
pretty.
Yeah, when it's the soft sets, sometimes that plastic's touching when they're toning, so you end up with a spot.
Yeah, and it's a really, really, really ugly dark spot, like right on the northeast side of the head, right on his hair, right on his bun, and it's ugly, but it's not the biggest spot. And the rest of the nickel is so godly toned that I don't really care personally. I only paid $30 for the set, which they're going for 27 or 28 on average anyway. So I didn't pay that much of a premium for an auction. And to me, it is absolutely worth it because I didn't know they existed, and I'm actually building a pretty good toned set.
Yeah, the nickels, boy, there are some really gorgeous colors. I have some pretty cool ones. Problem
And
is,
I don't.
the webcam doesn't show them very good.
It really doesn't, because I have some good dimes. I wish I had I lost a Merc. I'll even say I lost a Merc. A really gorgeous toned Merc. Because I can get dimes really well. I want to start doing my research and then possibly writing a survey/study on how altitude affects toning coins. Because I live in Colorado and people say that they see me have a lot of good toners compared to what they see out and about, which, I don't really shop that much for them, but it made me curious on the lack of oxygen and lack of humidity. What part does that play on toning a coin?
Yeah, and I think normally it's the reverse. I think humidity, you'll see more toning because it's the bank rolls or some of the old Capital plastic holders and those kind of things that caused the toning. So humidity would definitely play a part of that. I've seen proof sets. It's still in the envelopes where the envelope has been ruined by moisture, and it has affected the coins.
But heat does as well, and I know dry heat plays a huge part on the artificial toning side when people like blast heat them.
Yeah, that's normally
So,
noticeable though.
oh yeah, those things are so like obviously fake when they do that. Yeah, I agree. But either way, I still want to do the test. I want to do the survey thing, and I want to do like the research on how much of an effect does the humidity play. How much does your proof set being in your state affect you? If you live in Florida, how beneficial is that versus somebody who lives up here in Colorado, a mile high? What is the pros and what is the cons of your environment on what state you live in on your proof set conservation?
Yeah.
Because that's something that I don't think has been touched upon. At least not that I've ever even read hints about, really. But it is something that I am curious about because people who have those registry sets that are worth buku bucks, it would definitely play an effect on where I stored my entire collection.
Ouch.
Yep.
Yeah, no, the only ones that I will buy on eBay, the only one I've looked at was a flat pack 55 set that is in like a mint sealed cellophane that has like an extra certificate of authenticity on top of the envelope. Or I look for a 10 pack of proof sets that is still in the government box, because my chances of finding ones that are untainted that way are a little bit better, but it is insanely pricey. Like I found I think it was a 50 pack of either 68 proof sets or 68 mint sets or something, but it was $4,000. Realistically, it's still worth it. But $4,000 to shell out, not realistically possible.
Yeah, that makes it tough.
For
I mean, to
68
find
nickel?
it's like it was like a bulk pack of proof sets, like a 50 pack of proof sets from the mint, still sealed in the 50 pack box, like that was going out to a dealer
Yeah, I've had one of those before.
for
Most
$4,000 or so, and I want it. I want it so bad. I will sell my car to get that thing.
Sure.
Because I know for a fact with my due diligence and patience, I can turn that into a lot more than $4,000. The amount of deep cams I can possibly run into, deep cam varieties, oh God. It's almost like Christmas dreaming about it.
I'll show you guys one of my old bank coin holders. A teller coin holder.
I almost bought a couple of those.
Yeah, this one's pretty old.
Is it a tray?
Yeah, here, just a second. Let me get it.
Yeah, you know my lady, she works at a bank, right, for 13 years, and I made her take the coin tray, you know, the plastic and the metal, the one that has the serial number on it.
Yeah.
When she
That's
gets mad,
awesome.
whoa, that's a nice one, man. That is
Well,
old
that's what I
school.
was looking into. All right, I'm glad to see what it looks like when it's actually filled up with stuff.
Solid aluminum.
Nice. Nice. That's nice. That is old. What year is that, anyways?
I'm not sure. I think one of them was from the 30s, and I don't think that it's this
Oh.
one. I think this one is from the 40s.
Wow, that's cool. I would want to get me one of those.
Yeah, and they stack. You see the little divots, so they can stack on top of each other.
That's nice.
And those are like by 10,
Um,
by tens, the pennies, pens.
No, that's every denomination. That's
50
penny,
cents, quarters,
all the
dimes,
way up to half. Yeah.
nickels, pennies.
No, but the stack is by 10, and then it goes to the next stack. 10.
Oh
10,
yeah, I
10.
think so.
Okay.
I think it's dollar increment. No,
Yeah, groups of 10.
Right on. That's cool.
which would be weird
Let me
for the
know.
quarter.
Let me know if you want to sell it.
Actually, I might know a guy. I'll see if he has any more.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So the other thing, I collect bank supplies, so I have tons of this kind of stuff.
Nice.
Let me.
Me too. You know, I'm trying to get my lady to take some more stuff, but she's mad. I already made her take the tray.
Okay,
Well, have some sweet, delicious breakfast.
I don't normally do this. Let me make sure I don't show anything I'm not supposed to show.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
So those
That's
are from
awesome.
the 30s, and there's a couple that are a
That's
little
Christmas.
older. Yeah,
That's Christmas. That's Christmas to me.
Chris.
You ready to sell me one of them unsourced rolls that you haven't been through yet?
Man, I got a bunch of them.
I know you do. You have a lot more than you have time to go through. That's why I'm trying to convince you to throw a couple my way.
It's true. But I got 10 grandkids falling into it too.
No, that's true. I'm not asking for no 60D small dates here, bro.
Yeah, I was after that 40 or 54. I was so sure I had one too, and I just bought these last couple rolls, that 75 wheat rolls that I bought.
Yeah. I watched you go through the majority of those. That was when we met.
And just one of the coins, there was only one memorial in the whole group, and it was that double ear Lincoln 84 double die.
Oh,
Yep, I
you
remember.
you found that?
No,
Yeah.
it was labeled for him. This guy got so effing lucky. I wanted to scream.
And I
No,
already sold it.
like I've been hoarding the 84 because that's my birth year, and so that's the one I'm like, that's the variety I'm looking for.
God, he had it up on his page for like weeks. We streamed with that thing as the background. I got a really good example imprinted in my brain of what to look for on that.
Nice.
Yeah, but
man.
everybody
That's the one that
it was the best one they've ever seen.
Yeah, it was
MS65 red.
absolute quality. Yeah, and it was already in an airtight. It was quality.
Yeah,
Oh,
got
really?
really lucky. My coin guys, because they know I'm really honest. So when I sell him my next 67 pennies or nickels, I'll be taking a bit of a break on the price and letting him, make back some of that money. So, and I've actually done really good by it because I only paid $135 for 75 rolls.
And that one alone gave you like 400 minimum.
Well, 2 of the rolls are 57Ds, and they're half of them are gradable. So, and I have 2 rolls of them.
I got really lucky with those 54Ss. That entire roll minus like 10 coins, we'll say, is without a doubt gradable.
Cool.
Like without it, I mean, absolutely gorgeous.
You see this rack right here, or this tray?
Here,
Can you
just
see it?
go ahead.
There, you see this? You see that tray? The not the metal, the plastic.
Yeah.
That's all 84s. That's all 84s, and I'm just waiting to hunt it. So I've been hoarding it, and I wanna hunt it soon. And I'm looking for that variety because that's my birth year, you know. So I collect anything in 84. My girlfriend's 83, so I collect 83. Then the 82 errors. So like, those are all 84 though, and I'm just waiting to.
70S is my year. My birth year is 89, but 70S is my cup of tea.
Yeah, 70S. I got a lot of 70S nickels, but I don't know if that's proof. Maybe you can tell me.
BU rolls, all of those.
Is this a proof? This is a 68S. I don't know if you can see the.
It looks to be.
Look straight because I have other 68Ss and they look like.
It's a 68S.
Yeah, I have like 5 or 6 other like this. This is how the 68 the other ones look. But when I look at this one has like some rainbow toning and it's I don't know, like it's like relief or I don't know. What is it? Mirror light.
So supposedly the rims are flatter on the faces, but I find that not to be true 100% of the time. But I have seen proof-like coins. But if that's an S, what year? I'm sorry, 68.
Yeah, 68S, but the steps are not there a little bit. But there's mirror-like relief, you know. And then I have a bunch of other 68Ss, and they don't gleam like this one, you know. So I just put it on the side.
Yeah, I do see proof like 60, 68. So it could be just a proof like.
Oh, really? Yeah, like AU or something.
Well, proof like is it could be a mint. Normally, it's a mint state coin that looks like it's a proof. So the proof is a coin that was specially made just for collectors.
Yeah,
So
which was struck multiple times, right?
Yeah, the minting process is totally different than a regular coin.
Yeah. That's why usually it has all the details, right? If it's a proof.
Yeah, but I have seen proof coins that don't have, full steps.
And they are proof?
Yeah. It just 96% of the time they'll have full steps. But I have seen some that were either over polished or they did something wrong because the steps just weren't complete.
Yeah.
But normally they are. If you send a photo of that coin, I'll take a better look at it.
Okay. I can do that when I email you then.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll be great.
Just do it at your leisure. No rush.
I'll do it either tonight or tomorrow morning.
Yeah, and 82 for the pennies. That's one of my favorite years. I love all the varieties and
Yeah, you know what's crazy is last night, right? Because I've been hoarding maybe for like a year, hoarding the 82s, the 83s, the 84s. Is last night was my first time I tried checking the 82s, and you know there's seven, right? There's seven 82s, and then there's that eighth one they found that was bronze.
Right.
So I think the zinc, right, is 2.5, and then the copper is 3.11, and
Right.
then
And
the
it's
bronze.
3.01, I think. Because isn't it
Someone
light?
someone was telling me, or yeah, maybe 3.01, yeah, and then the bronze is 308. So last night I found two that weighed 3.8, but the only thing is that one guy found that became the eighth different 82 is it was on a small date, and the 3.8 I was getting was on large dates.
Yeah, and that's
So
normal.
you know, it's normal then, right?
Yeah, the only one that means anything is the 82 small date Denver.
Yeah, yep. Yeah, that's what I researched too.
Small date with no mint mark, that still means nothing if it weighs a lot.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. It has to be the small date D.
Yeah, and
I
it's
got the
3.1 grams.
yeah 3.1 for the copper, 3.8 for the bronze, and 2.5 for the zinc, right?
The bronze stopped in the Indian head days, though, which was way back in like 1863.
What year was Philadelphia doing the proofs?
50s and early 60s to 64.
Okay.
So I think 63 was the last one. Let me double check.
You know me, I just saved everything with the S on it.
Well, that's right. I think they did a couple. Yeah, because 64 they have Philadelphia. So it must be 65 and on that switch back over.
Yeah. Okay. I wasn't sure.
And it's hard to keep track of all of that stuff because there's so many, like there's special strikes and there's
Yeah. No, you know me.
4 special.
Sometimes I'll spend a whole day like researching, and then months later I'll go back to the same one and then I'll be like, man, didn't I? It feels like I'm learning it now, but then I remember I already watched it, but I forgot, you know. And I'm just thinking it's just too much information, too much stuff to look out for.
Subscribe to World Numismatic News and watch it every day for a while.
Yeah, I have them. Those guys are pretty accurate. I got those guys.
It's the one dude who sounds like a British robot. It's one guy who sounds like a British robot. It's WNN, World Numismatic News. But he does just variety lists. And him and Dustin Morgan are the only two reasons I know variety.
Yeah. Yeah, he's good. Yeah.
I know he went to start.
You know, there's this game, right? It's called War Robots.
Mm-mm.
And huh?
Mm-mm.
He's not familiar. Say it again. I didn't hear it.
Oh no! There's this robot game, right, where you kill other robots, and I think it's made by the Russians. It's called War Robots. It's an app, and the guy who talks on that sounds like the same guy from from that thing, like that. Yeah, that automated machine robot with accent.
I almost think that's his real voice because I've listened to almost every one of the videos he's ever made. I'm telling you,
Yeah.
I kind of almost think that's him. It's weird as hell.
Well, they could use a real mild voice changer just to mix it up a little bit,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and that can throw you hard. So what all you got going there, Label? And what's in your little plastic cases? Those little squares?
Yeah. No, these are just stuff that I put aside. Like all of these right now are all like 1970 S's and 69, 68 S's, and then I think like 87, and then like if there's a double bag, then I'm thinking I found an error on it or something. If I put it in a small bag and then a big bag, and so maybe like these are ones that I haven't gone through to check for like full steps. I found a 1961. I don't know if it's a D or a Philly, but a 1961, but it only had 3 steps, and like I think I watched a video where the last 61 with full steps sold for 20 grand. So I was like, man, and it's the condition is I don't know where it's at. Let me see.
If you're talking about Blue Ridge, just take those ones with a little bit of salt, because if you go to eBay and look up full steps nickels,
Yeah, there's a lot.
they're not as highly rated as I thought.
Well,
Yeah,
it depends on the years.
It really is like certain years, and then the grade behind the full steps too.
yeah.
I
Well,
make
you know the thing.
good money
the thing-
selling my full step nickels.
Well, you know the thing is, man, I can't. It's hard for me to even find 80s, like early 80s with full steps.
Oh,
You know,
agreed.
so anything like after that, I'm just like, I'll check 70s if they have full step. Or I know there's a 1985 nickel that sold recently for 3 or 4 grand. On I don't know if it's Heritage or I forgot the other. I think it was on Heritage. But if you type in 1985 full step nickel, it just sold for 3 or 4 grand because the full steps.
As I pulled the
And the one-
1940 full steps out of a bankroll. I still got it in my book.
Are you serious?
Yeah, 40s.
Oh, yeah.
They're not very valuable.
But they're not very valuable.
No, even in full, because I've sent in a few, and they just don't pay very well. A couple $100,
Yeah.
if I remember correctly.
And mine wasn't an MS state. It just had full steps. It was a very beautiful strike. It had been out and about a little bit.
That's still cool to have, and 100 is good for is you know.
Yeah, and like the 1965 nickel, there's only been a couple of them, and they MS65 full step is 10 grand, 66 is 40. There's only been one graded of each grade with full steps from CGS.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I know there's 165 that is that transitional error where they use silver, or they used something and it was worth a lot. It was supposed I forgot what it was. I shouldn't have even
It's
said
the
it.
quarter and the dime. It's the 64 to 65 transitional. But those have been caught by a machine or a person, unless you can find a sweet uncirculated roll and got sat in a bank. Because
Yeah.
silver surfing is easy, where you look at the edge of a coin and you can pick out whether it's silver or clad.
Yeah.
And then you look at the date. If you see a 65, you know you just won the lottery.
Yeah. No. Well, I know about the quarter, but I think what the one I'm talking about is nickels. There's something with the 65. I can't remember off the top, but there's
Well, there's probably a double die for the SMS sets or business strikes for sure.
that could be it. Yeah.
It's one of the more valuable full step nickels. Same
The
thing
60
like the 66 is 2 grand for a 64 full step, 10 grand
Oh,
for
really?
65.
No, I bet those are graded really harsh though.
In 07, they sold for 5 grand or 4 and 5 grand. But in 2016, one sold for 11,750. And
Are
it
you
has
including eBay
10,000
auctions in
value
there?
on it. So, what's that?
Do you have your settings to include eBay auctions?
No, I'm going by the sold coins. Yeah.
Yeah, I go to
Right.
CGS and do
Yeah.
their sold, and they add eBay and Heritage in there on one of their little option thingies.
Yeah, there's just so few of some of these years, though. And 67, they don't even have a full step listed.
Really?
Does the SMS count for proof in that year, or does that still count as
No,
full step gradable?
that's different. That's a special mint set.
Damn.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. And then it's 68D for full step. 64 is $4,000. 65 is 20. There's been one
Yeah,
of these.
69, I know, is one of the hard years.
Yeah, that's 68D.
Have you guys ever seen like a nickel, like a brown nickel that's like it if you rub it, it doesn't. It's like it looks like copper.
You would be talking about a missing clad layer.
Yeah, I've seen
Yeah, that might be it. Yeah, that might be it. Okay, I forgot about
Which is a
that.
mint error and is worth money.
I have one of those.
So those are an error as long as it really is missing the layer and not plated.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah,
Miss Gilbert girl.
I forgot they had that missing
Yeah, I have a quarter that's missing one side of the clad layer. It's only got silver on the front. The back is completely copper brown.
really a quarter.
Yeah, it's a 1967 or 66 quarter. It's here somewhere. It's in my quarter tray.
You know, even here, like I still haven't hunted a silver in a quarter roll. I got some silver quarters, but not hunted them.
Good luck with that. I've 10 boxes of quarters in, never found a silver. I'm like 7 boxes of dimes in, never found a silver. And I'm something like 20 something boxes of halves in, and I've only pulled one clad or 140%.
Yeah.
I got bad luck up here in Denver.
You know, Guam too. We usually get only Denver's. You know, so even to find the 2017 penny is not you know, maybe in like a year I probably found like 7 in like a year of random hunting.
I know how you feel. I live in Denver. We don't see anything but Denver. I collect my Philadelphia mints as if there were a variety by themselves. Just to see one is a book filler to me. I wish that was a joke too. I'm missing like all of my new 2017 quarters still that are Phillies. Half my nickel that are all from 2015 up. Phillies still need.
That's what I'm doing too. Like just putting together the easy stuff like that, like the new quarter sets and stuff like the just to get a complete set like the Philly and the San Fran and the silver, then the proof, and then the.
Yeah, I try to fill as many books as I can get. So I got the nickel book all the way from the beginning of the Jefferson up to current, and I finished the second half of those books. I'm missing a few of the early ones.
That's
Rosie.
the thing too. You know, I wish I could just wake up and go to the store and get a coin book. You know, I don't even have a coin book. I have like one quarter album that I saved. It was like sitting in water. I never even like it's busted, but I don't even have a coin thing to put the coins in.
Do you have a coin shop?
We don't have a coin shop. There's a pawn shop that sells 64 and before older coins, but they rip you off. Like for a silver bar nickel, 42 to 45, I'll charge you like almost $5 for one. You know, like it's a rip off. You know. It's
Then
like
go through your
145.
Then go through your phone and call all the We Buy Gold dealers and find the ones that are willing to sell you silver coins at spot or at melt. And there you will find one eventually that will sell you his
No.
Morgans and his and you will find better stuff that way because he doesn't give a damn half the time.
Yeah.
So you can
No,
get,
you
you
know
can
that.
get good mint marks and stuff out of that. But you got to call around because a lot of them are very against it. But the ones that are all for it are all for it. They'll call you when they get surplus of coin.
Yeah. No, you know the thing about Guam is now nobody before you can pawn or sell silver, no one does it. They'll only take it if it's gold, you know?
Mhm.
So yeah, there's only
But
one place that does
do
that
they
they
take
can
sterling silver?
make custom jewelry. Yeah, and then there's that one pawn shop that has silver coins, but they're a ripoff. So, which
Well,
is
you
and
want to
they're not
find the guys that are buying the gold because they normally buy silver as well, but they just send it all out in mass amounts. They don't really care.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
the you want to look for the gold buyers because they also get the silver collections in, and they'll call you because it's such a random event for them that they'd rather get rid of it to you than to send it out to get melted.
Yeah. I don't know. They used to have coin shows at the hotel. You know, people would come in from off island, but they haven't had it in years.
If you go to varietyinderrors.com,
I go there, yeah.
on that front page they have a coin club search, and if you search your area, it popped up like 11 more coin clubs in my area than I thought existed.
Oh, really? I didn't know they had that.
Yeah, and it gives you their meeting times, which is normally once a month, like the first Thursday or the last Tuesday, and it'll give you the
Yeah.
destination of their meeting, and then it'll give you a phone number to call for the big boss man.
Yeah, right on.
Yeah,
I
and
do.
I've been able to join 3 coin clubs just because I went there and did that little quick search, and it popped up
Yeah.
a bunch that I didn't know.
I can't keep my mouth shut enough to do one of those clubs.
Yeah. No, you know I do that.
Coins.
I did that, but I did that before for chess. You know, for like the chess club.
I did that as well.
They meet up like once a month, and like they'll meet up at like McDonald's and then like play or whatever.
Mhm.
I did that a couple years ago.
I actually found one of them coin clubs that does the bid board now, where at the beginning of every month, everybody puts a whole bunch of coins up for like a personal, like small auction.
Yeah.
Because I've been seeing videos about those all over, and I've been trying to find them. Finally found one that did it.
Michael was always talking about those.
Yeah,
And they were actually happening at a couple of the local coin shops.
Yep. And
Pretty cool.
I've been looking into the PCGS grading competitions that he was talking about, and some of those are really cool, and they pay $1,000 and like MS65 Morgan for the winner.
Well, that one prize was the gold $20 piece.
Mm-hmm.
Really? Holy cow!
And that's the one Michael won.
Oh, he won that grading competition?
Yeah,
Who
I didn't know
won
that.
that? Michael V won that? Or
Michael
Michael
Kittle.
Kittle? Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to the summer show, and I'm taking it this year.
He's a smart guy. Pay attention
Yeah.
to what he says.
I do.
Yeah.
That's why I'm gonna try this year.
Yeah, and if you're buying the red book from him and stuff, he's a good guy. He'll take care of you.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir. Oh, and let him know that your daughter or your little ones help you, and he'll either give it to you for free or discount it some more because he is highly into getting youth into numismatics.
Yeah.
At one point, he was saying if minors hit him up saying they needed a red book, he would get it to them for free. That was at one
Really?
point. I'm not saying that is his current offer, but I'm saying at one point that actually was an offer from him.
Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, he's cool. Ever since I've known him here, he's always been cool and very knowledgeable.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we have some really good people on here.
That like
He's got no ego.
like Kittle, that guy PV and Chuck and there's a couple that you know like
CJ, Blues, Paula,
Dr. G.
Chris, Dr. G. Dr. G. If you don't have Dr. G, you need to look into that one. He's a good one to have,
I think I've seen it. I don't think I have. Yeah, I'll check it.
especially for grading. Especially for grading. Dr. G is a good. His camera setup for grading is beautiful.
On point. Yeah.
He's actually come up on my stream a couple times now.
Oh really?
Sure.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
I think he popped up on Cajun's like a couple of weeks back when you were on your hiatus. I was really impressed. It was right when he got back from. It wasn't the Yukon this year. It was something else.
Oh yeah, and what's his name too? Uncle Rob Lawson is he's. I learned a lot from his page too.
Yeah, CoinHop is a good one to have. I miss Dustin, but he collects fossils now because he's weird.
Is that what he does? Is that what he
Yeah,
does?
look up fossil finds, and
So
that's
he's
Dustin Morgan's channel. That's his own. He branched off onto his own thing. He got a house out in South Texas, and he hunts fossils on his own property now, and he finds like all kinds of cool stuff because he's on a piece of land that used to be underwater.
So he's not doing coins no more?
Nope.
Whoa, that's crazy.
Weird, right? I know.
I still watch that guy's videos.
He's the easiest to listen to, I'll say.
Yeah.
He teaches me stuff, and I don't get sick of hearing him tell it to me every day when I need to relearn it.
Yeah. Yeah, I like the way he explains stuff.
I can only take so much of blues, or not blues, Blue Ridge Silverhound, and I can only take so much couch.
Yeah, no, me too. I feel you on that one too. His jokes are sometimes like kind of, but you know, I learned from him too though. But
His constant plugging himself.
or what's his name? Dustin. Yeah, Dustin is probably the easiest to listen to.
He is. He asks you to like, sub, and share his stuff at the end of every video, just one time. He doesn't stop mid video to talk about himself and his channel and what he sells, and then go back to the coin.
And you can ask him questions while he's doing his thing. You know, like some people like one of the guys I said, like when I'm there, I wait for whatever's happening, the sell or the auction to be done because you know they don't like disturbance.
Oh no, you don't sell on his page, and you don't throw numbers, and you just kind of you let auction day be auction day. But if you catch him when he's waiting for the backup, to do whatever she's got to do, and he does that little break to talk, he'll answer anything you got to know, even if he doesn't want to. Like I asked him one day about me sending him stuff to auction, and that's something that most people don't. It's like faux pas to bring up, but I didn't really care. But he answered me, even on that question, which he didn't really want to. He's like, email me and we'll talk, man. All right.
Yeah, and Label, I'm not sure if are you familiar with my channel?
I've been to your channel, but I haven't watched a lot of videos like I am now. But I think I've had you for maybe a few months, right?
Oh, okay.
I watched you on stream a while back.
Yeah, I've got a couple really good videos, like 50 pounds of coins, and I show like 1,400 rolls of my pennies, and
I seen a few. I just haven't not as much as I.
If this next deal goes through for me, it'll add another 150 pounds to my collection, and I'll be 150 pounds away from my goal of 2,000 pounds.
Whoa.
Yeah.
And then you'll be all kinds of inclined to sell me some 1970 SBU rolls.
I better, darn it.
That's a lot. That's a lot of weight.
I know
Yeah.
it's hard to even comprehend the size of what that would take up in a room.
Yeah, I'm trying to picture it. I can't even picture it right now. How that would look.
Yeah, it's a couple rooms full of coins, but the and you guys will be seeing some of this soon when I get my 10th box of the tubed coins. I'll start showing those boxes, and I
Yeah.
I only have one or two more boxes to get, and I'll be there. So, and that's all rolls that are high grade that have coins in it that have a chance of getting 67 grade.
I only have one slab, guys, which I just got recently.
Yeah, I've probably sold 50 slabs in the last couple months.
Really.
Oh.
You know, before, like when I was doing it from '89 to '93, I had like coin albums with the flips and stuff. But that's what was stolen. You know, that with my football collection. So I'm just like, I don't even have like, I have a few probably less than 10 coins and flips. I'm just trying to rebuild, getting my kids into it.
Well, let me know what you're after, and I'll be happy to do
Yeah.
your deal.
Yeah.
Me
Yeah.
too. Since you already have my PayPal, just whenever I show stuff off, shoot me an email and I'll just start sending you coin.
Yeah. Yeah, I got both your guys' email, so it's about 11:10. I don't know what time I'm gonna sleep. Maybe about 2. But when I wake up, that'll be probably the first thing I do is shoot you guys an email and tell my lady to make a PayPal for me. In the email, I'll list, But yeah, I appreciate it, you guys, big time.
No problem.
This is like if I don't do this like before my kids, like I'm always out. I used to teach at an MMA gym, and I'll be out with the boys, and getting into fights and drinking and drugs
Okay,
and stuff.
wait a minute.
So
What
since I had my,
are you teaching?
Just
I
keeps me away
used
from
to,
that fight.
I used to, well, there's maybe about 2 people from Guam, John Tuck and Frank Camacho. They fight in the UFC. I used to hold mitts for them and be their training partner. And then there's people here that fight on Guam and in Japan. And I used to teach jiu-jitsu, and I was a training partner for most of the fighters from here, or a lot of them. Well, the ones that made it to professional. And then I was one of the main mitt holders. Me and this guy Patazuzu, who fought in K1. I used to live at I used to live at the gyms,
I live in
teaching.
Colorado, so yeah, Sean Shirk and all of them have big old gyms out here that we trained with for a while.
Yeah, I know. I know Sean Shirt. So so the guy that owned the gym where I was at, he not Matt Hughes, Hoyler, Hoyler Gracie. Sean Shirt used to join this tournament called in Abu Dhabi called Abu Dhabi
Yeah.
Combat Club, and
Yeah.
The guy that owned the gym I was at fought in that same competition that Sean Shirt fought in.
Nice.
See, I have all the old videos of all the
Oh really? The
yeah,
classic
the
stuff?
tournaments from the 70s and 80s.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
back when there
probably
was no weight class or dress code.
Yep. And the shows would go 6 to 8 hours.
And big old
Yeah.
Butterball was getting his ass beat with his one.
See, that's a little.
Butterbean.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, I've done martial arts most of my life until
Really?
I ended up with bone cancer that knocked me out of everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But well, the thing about it for me here is like, I did all this stuff. I built a gym, fighters, and all this, but there was no money in it. I was just helping the owner like build his castle, and I wasn't doing. One day I was just like, why am I cleaning this place? I should be cleaning my house or my mom's house. Doing it for free. So once I had kids, I just it was good because the coins is good for me because I stay home. I don't hang out with no one. I don't party. You know, I just work or I'm with the family, and I'm not into trouble. You know.
Yep.
So
That keeps me out of trouble.
yeah, because man, if I didn't have kids, I'll probably be seriously dead or in jail. I promise. So, not that I'm proud of that or anything like that, but before here, it's easy to be wild when you're around a bunch of people that are immature or wild.
Yep.
So
We become a product of our surroundings very easily.
yeah, and I don't know. I'm just it's the coins is good for me, man. I just remember how I felt back in '89 to '93, and I recently, like maybe in 2018, I fell back in love with it. So it's good for me.
Well, what do you prefer, high grade coins or just covering dates?
Honestly, I'm not. I'm not. Like me, I'm like I just get whatever I'm able to get. Like so. Yeah, we don't even have coin boxes here. I'll get coin bags at the most. The heavy duty bags
That's how
with
most
rolls.
countries are.
Yeah, and then whatever coins I get, my lady gets from her work, I'll bring it home and then I'll hunt it, and then dump it at a store, then give the money back and get another. But what am I into? I there's things I like like of course the rounds and the bars. I don't even have a bar, but I don't know. When you do that stuff, you kind of have to. I remember before, like when I first started my brand, I would get my paycheck and then just blow it, just buy all the blanks I could get with my one paycheck and then print as much as I could. And then later on, I realized it's better to save a little and then print more, and then flip that. So,
Well, when it comes
I
to
don't know.
bullion, you want to get a collector bullion that increases in profitability, just like you would with a collector coin.
Yeah,
So you don't just want any bar or round.
yeah.
I've learned that I personally love Poland mint. They're incredibly expensive premium right off the bat, but they're
Wait,
incredibly
say that again. Say that one more time. Sorry, I didn't hear.
Poland mint.
Oh,
Uh,
Poland mint.
yeah, they're the cutting edge of coinage right now. I say that hands down. The designs that they're making with their coins is absolutely phenomenal. But they
Yeah,
cost money right off the bat, but they
yeah,
go
the
up
premium type.
but they go up exponentially as soon as they're done being minted because they do such short mintages on all of them as well. And the quality
Yeah,
is
it's limited.
outstanding.
See, and I have such a hard time with that because the bullion coins were supposed to be coins coin collectors could pick up silver coins for spot. That's what their purpose was. Now they're grading them and they're doing all these, certain, uh, controlled mintages and stuff. And I have such a hard time with that. I only have
That's why even when it comes to the old bullion, I try to go old vintage. So this is a Liberty Lobby. It's basically the first Silver Eagle.
Really?
Yeah, it's one Silver Eagle guaranteed, and it's from
What is it?
it's from 1974.
Oh, what is that called? Oh, the lobby.
The Liberty Lobby, yeah, this is one Silver Eagle guaranteed, is what it says on the back. So this is basically the original Silver Eagle,
and
See, I never even
who
seen, I
minted
never
it?
even seen that coin.
because the Silver Eagle didn't come out until like 84 or 86, I want to say.
So who minted it?
Liberty Lobby. Liberty Lobby would have been the main name. And what drew me to this one is up here at the top. It just out of nowhere says integrity.
Uh.
And I was all, I like that. Integrity is not often seen enough anymore. and it toned purple. Like this side's purple, and this side is not.
Is that a mint Liberty Lobby?
Yeah.
Okay. See, I didn't even know that.
I don't know if it's a mint, but it was like a company. It was like a Engelhard. You know how Engelhards are really
Okay.
sought after because it's just a big name.
Does it
Yeah.
have,
Kind of like how Liberty Lobby was, or Liberty Lobby.
does it have a
Liberty Lobby.
purity?
Huh?
Is there a purity on it?
Yep.
That's actually the only silver round I have is the Engelhart, is the Prospector, because of the 1984. I think there's like 2 or 3 different ones for the
Yeah.
84, but I have one of those.
1 ounce, 0.999 fine. And it says Sterna Vigilance. Oh, Eternal Vigilance. Eternal Vigilance. In the ribbon.
Wow, I never seen that.
Yeah, those are like the random cool rounds that I like to pick up. And then, well, I'm a Superman fan, so
You want to know a interesting story about Superman? It was probably back in like 90, maybe like in 92. I woke up and I was watching what's his name, Reeves?
no, are you talking about Nicolas Cage, how he was almost Superman?
No, not Nicolas Cage. The one that broke his leg in Reeves riding the horse.
Oh, fucking
Um,
Yeah, Christopher Reeves, wasn't it?
yeah,
Christopher Reeves. So I woke up on a Saturday morning. This is when they had Showtime and HBO, maybe like 92, and I watched Superman, and then I thought I could fly, so I stood on, I would climb the couch and I tried to fly to the radio player, and I broke my leg when
yeah.
I cast and all, like. And see, this last time I went to the hospital last week, I never been to the hospital since I broke my leg. Like, so I blame Superman. I really thought I could fly to that radio player.
This is why I love Canada. This is actual Canadian.
You know the thing that gets me about that, right? Is like how come it's made it's a U.S. Or American character, but Canada's making them. You know, like the Marvel rounds, and like how come we can't buy it in U.S. You know?
Oh, because our mint and our regulations on what we can produce as currency suck.
Oh, that's right.
So this is actual Canadian currency. This would be considered $20 in Canada. It has the denomination on it. That is legit denomination for their currency.
I never thought about that. Makes sense now that you say it.
Does it have
just like the smaller Superman one that they sell, this is a $5 Canadian piece. And this one's 0.9999. This has the 4 nines fine. Yep, $5.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, I've got Canadian silver, but no Superman.
That's the only Canadian silver I have is 2 Superman.
Maybe 2 days ago I just put out my first Canadian nickel from a nickel roll.
The other day I had a box that every roll had a Canadian nickel, which is weird for me because I don't see them often really out here. So to see like 15 out of a box was crazy.
Yeah. And just like maybe about a week and a half ago, I finally got me a Buffalo nickel. I'm like the last one here to get a Buffalo.
Only done one of those.
Like the Indian head I have and the V nickel I have, I won that, you know.
I found one buffalo nickel. I have found one V nickel, and I have found one Indian head in the past year, and that's it.
Do you get coins, or you load up on coins weekly?
No, I did there for a while, yeah. But then I ran out of fundage to go back and forth to get the boxes, and I was working a whole bunch. So I went to a coin show and picked up 4 BU rolls of 70S, 4 BU rolls of 72S, 4 BU rolls of 68S,
Yeah.
and then a 54S, a 58, a 73S, and a 61 Philly. So that kind of preoccupied me for a little bit.
Yeah. You're
And then
talking about
I hunt print sets pretty hard.
yeah.
Thanks, Lincoln. Yeah, JC was saying that because I was saying how many pounds I had of coins that I needed a 18-wheeler. But I'm actually building a table. And I'm a furniture maker. I'm
Me too.
actually building a table that's going to hold it all.
Right on, man. I do carpentry a little bit, just around the house and stuff.
That's my hobby.
Yeah.
Custom woodwork.
Yeah, right on.
Yeah, I've done some pretty neat stuff. I've got a video of one of the houses I did, and it burnt down in one of the fires. So I know the guy wouldn't care if I put it up on my site or my channel. Then I've got the table that a lot of my videos are on. I built that and the hutch behind it.
Yeah, I love woodworking.
Out here in Colorado, we have the cool tree called the blue kill beetle.
Oh yeah, I remember you talking about that. That's pretty cool. I didn't know. I wasn't aware of that species.
Yeah. Those teeth come out looking so cool. And they're rather hard wood too, so they're decently sturdy. So yeah, it's a beetle kills one of our tree species, but how it kills it when it lives inside of it, it like stains the wood blue.
Yeah, I heard of that.
They call them blue kill beetle trees, and it's like mahogany quality, just what the rate it goes for.
You know what's crazy is Guam never had the rhino beetle, and we just got it a few years ago, and over here, like Guam's known for the coconut trees, and a lot of them are like they're those beetles, they go inside, they kill it from the inside out,
Yeah,
so like
that's the same as the blue kill beetle. Yep, that's what they do, kill the trees from the inside out.
Are those beetles like super huge?
No, not really, not like the rhinos, no.
Okay.
But they're highly invasive. Like they annihilate a chunk of our mountain range.
Yeah, because I predict in years, like we're not gonna have no more coconut trees. That's how rapid it is. It's crazy.
So now you guys have to find a predator to the rhino beetle.
Yeah. Sure. And then disperse that and then fight that.
That's what I'm thinking too.
They just determined that the bee is the most crucial life organism on the planet.
You bet it is.
They finally determined that it single-handedly is the most important species on the face of the earth. Is the bumblebee.
The bee?
Yep.
It's also
without the bee, everything dies.
Yeah, because if they don't cross-pollinate everything, nothing blooms.
It would be like removing plankton from the ocean. Every animal in the ocean would immediately just die. Because plankton is the life source of whales and everything smaller. I mean, it is the beginning of all food chain. You take away plankton, you take away the ocean. You take away bumblebees, you take away the land.
It's crazy. Like Guam, right? Guam has the deepest, our trench, the Marianas Trench. We have the deepest space below seawater.
Yeah.
Pretty
I've
crazy.
watched a lot of those documentaries.
Me too.
You know that guy, the one that directed Armageddon, James, James Cameron.
Yeah, he went down there.
Yeah, he went down there, and my mom, she does the Rolex. Her and this other guy, Angel, for the South Pacific region, and I think he came in there and like picked the. I don't know if he picked a Breitling, but he used one of the watches to go underwater. So,
Nice.
That's
pretty
cool.
Yeah.
I should probably start looking through these sets again.
But yeah, I had before I would do woodwork every day, but ever since I've been doing the coins, I've really cut down on like doing any woodwork. But Rich, I'll check out the video though about that with that house.
Yeah, I need to put it up, but I've got it ready to go.
Oh, it's not up yet. Yeah.
No, not that one. I should just put it on my channel. So it's a like a $7 or $8 million house, and I did everything in it: bathrooms, kitchens, all the furniture, the bedrooms.
Wow.
Look up "Alone in the Wilderness" with Dick Freneke.
Alone in the
Documentary I've ever
Wilderness?
seen in my life.
Is that the one where he builds a cabin or no?
Yeah, he goes up to Twin Lakes, Alaska, and then builds a cabin from scratch. Builds
Yeah.
bunk bed, builds a desk, builds a door with hinges and a working lock out of
Yeah.
wood that he does all of it with handmade tools. He brings up like a screwdriver head and like an axe head, and then carves out handles, and then makes his own handles for his tools because it was easier to pack that way. You're like, this dude is bad, and does everything with a wind-up old school vintage camera, and then narrates
cool.
it himself and writes in a log all himself. Like he is completely 100% alone. He does little station points, like everything is with a wind-up camera and a tripod. He has somebody who flies him in socks and like seeds to plant once, and then everything else he does 100% alone. And he lives up there by himself for like 40 years.
Whoa.
He builds another cabin, like he decides he outgrows his cabin, so he builds another one, like and makes it like immaculate, and then builds a food cache that he builds like a little mini log cabin that he builds, disassembles, and then reassembles on 15-foot stilts to keep the bears out of his food. And that stuff is all still in Twin Lakes, Alaska today, and you can rent out his cabin for a weekend and stay there as a tourist destination. And it is, I'm doing it.
That's great.
I watch that video first snow every year.
I had a customer that wanted me to reproduce some antique furniture and wanted me to do it all with old tools. And it's like, dude, I don't have the the knowledge of these tools. And I said I'd love to try it sometime, but my gosh, you know how much I would have to charge you to get past the learning curve? It's like,
Right.
tell me what you want. It's like, okay. And figured it'd take me almost 3 times as long to build.
Oh yeah, and materials would entail having to buy tools, not necessarily material.
Yeah, it was a blast. I had a lot of fun.
Yeah, I like to take old pallets and build little mini wells. Like if you cut the pickets off and interchange them into like an octagon style shape and layer them up and then pressure wash it, and then put your extra 2x4s that you had and build a little archway that you hang the basket from. You can build little yard wells that sell for like $400 a piece out of 4 pickups or 4 pallets that you can get for free at a warehouse.
Yeah, I've done a lot of carving and stuff. The lathe, I don't care for the lathe, but hand carving and stuff, it's a lot of fun.
And I have a wood etcher as well, so I like to do the wood scorching.
Mhm.
Oh yeah.
It has all the different heads, so you can do different designs and all that cool stuff.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, I wanna practice the mix of what is that stuff? The blue epoxy or the epoxy that you mix color in, and you can like. So, say your slab of wood that you're using as a desk has a giant crack or is missing a giant chunk or has a huge knot in it, and you mix your epoxy with some color, and it's almost like clear, but it has a little tint to it, and then you put a light under it, and it looks like lightning through your wood. If you use blue, or if you use red, it looks like lava through your table. I want to do that for a coin, not necessarily coin, but like collection displays.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Because my buddy Anthony had this dude's an entrepreneur. He rented a building, like an office, like a doctor's office style building. And he has it set up to where people pay him to house their collections there, and he does the dusting and upkeeping and keeps them on display for when him and or other people who keep their stuff there want to come check them out or add or take stuff. And he just charges them rent for the spot that they take and cleaning fees for keeping up with their collection.
That's interesting.
Right? And he's making it's working. Like he's got a full fucking building. I was really surprised.
I just started using that torch like a lasher, you know. Still learning how to use that.
Okay. Majestic Sounds of Coin says, I'm losing a lot of my BU pennies to spotting. So upset. Looks like I'm storing them in the wrong place.
Where do you live, Majestic? State-wise. Part of country-wise, even. Because if you're on the coast, I would say get like a dehumidifier and like try to set up like an opposite of a terrarium for your coinage. Something that sucks the humidity out of the Florida. Yeah, that makes sense. You need to get rid of humidity. You need to get your coins somewhere where they are not in the Florida life. Cigar box, something that truly does protect it from the sea level.
Actually, you got to be careful with cigar boxes. The material that they're made out of is aromatic. And you should
Ooh.
really stay away from aromatic woods.
Yeah, yep.
The idea of the cigar boxes is what you want, though, is because they are dehumidifiers. They sell like a cigar holder that has a special I forget what the stuff is made up of, but it's to help keep that box at the right humidity, which is a little bit different than what you want with the coins. The coins, you want the silicone packs, the stuff that'll take all the moisture out of the air. You need to keep them. I keep my stuff double boxed, double wrapped in plastic, and then I put most of it in flips. So, or the airtights. pick your best coins that you have, separate them from the ones that are spotting, because even if you have coins at the opposite end of the roll, they'll get those spots in no time.
Oh god, they will too, and they'll be in the exact same spot, like they transfer design of the spotting throughout the entire roll. God, it kills me inside.
Yeah, I lose a couple dozen rolls every month, sometimes even more. And it's to toning and spotting, and so, and then sometimes people are breathing on their coins and causing the carbon spots, the little black spots. Because if it's the little black spots, that's normally from your breath. The splotchy marks, that's from humidity. So I pull all my bank wrapped rolls that are in newer wrappers out and put them in old paper wrappers until I can get them into tubes. And I don't use any of the round tubes. I use all the dark white square tubes. I use CoinSafe, but there's a lot of brands out there that are good. You just want the ones that are the least amount of see-through.
Have you ever seen those rolls that are clear and they're square? I don't know if it's by PCGS, but for the American Eagle, but they lock. Man, they're like a transparent plastic. Like
They're
trying to.
tube.
I think I saw the tube on JW Bullion's on a video with the American Eagle.
Yeah, you really don't want clear plastic for any or clear for any of your
Mhm.
coins.
Better. Why?
Because it lets light through.
Oh yeah, that's smart. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, the Silver Eagles probably have the least problems with light, though. So if it has to be any of the coins, Silver Eagles are probably the ones that can take it the best. But over a lot of time, I would be concerned. I keep all my stuff boxed up and wrapped up and put into cabinets and make sure they're not on the same walls as a washer, dryer, heater, hot water heater. You don't want any vibration. I have a couple coins I sent in. I was really sure they had a chance of getting a MS68 grade for us, older 60 coins. And they ended up having a little tiny rub mark from being in a roll that got too much vibration. So still a bank roll, but had some type of vibration that caused little tiny rub marks. And it was on the reverse of the coin. Yeah, really frustrating. I couldn't figure out why I didn't get my grade, so I was looking really close at it because I think I got all 66s, and these coins were so flawless. But yeah, just a little tiny bit of rub. That's why whenever you look at any of your coins, but the pennies show it the best, rotate it hard in your hand, keep moving it around while you're looking at it. Because sometimes the little flaws won't show up until you get just the right angle. Yep, carbon spots are evil. I agree. When I'm going through my real high-end pennies, I wear a mask. I wear gloves. I use a rubber mat. I only move one coin at a time. Never pass a coin over another. Always go right back in a roll. I always keep my tubes filled to the top with either the inserts that I get. The inserts that I get from the airtights.
Yeah.
So
is that for minimal movement?
I do mine slightly different, only because I'm afraid of putting things in and out of the roll. when I open a roll of my BUs, I dump out the whole roll very, 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 very carefully onto my phone map to where they're all on the sides, as you should be. And then I take one at a time to do my inspection. And then no matter what, every single one of those goes into a flip. So I don't have to put them back into a roll and have them touch one another again at all. And I make sure that I put all 50 pennies into a flip when I open that one BU roll, just because I am too afraid of myself ruining one that could have gotten a better grade.
Yeah,
I'm too paranoid.
flips, your coins will still tone in the flips. It takes a lot longer, but they're safer in the rolls.
Agreed. But I don't trust myself. And and when I'm going through the B rolls, it's for the to send them out. So the ones that pass the inspection, I end up throwing in the guardhouse because it's what everybody accepts as the send-in method. And I have a little cell phone case that houses all of my. If I ever want to take that plunge, this would be the box to look through to ones that I would, which I'm gonna do very soon actually, because I want to see where I stand at this. I want to see where my eye is right now. I know I don't know near enough because nobody ever does, but I'm curious to see where, as of now, my eye sits on picking out what grade I think is what.
Yeah, 4 to 6 time loop is all you should be using for the pennies.
Yeah, I use, where is that stupid one? It's here somewhere. It's like right here somewhere. It's the only one. Yeah. It's the only one I use. Because I have like 7 or 8 loops. Because, well, yeah. I enjoy this one quite a bit.
Hey, Rhonda.
And it's got a good viewport, and I think it's only a 10.
You guys, right, on your side, are you guys able to see the chat as it goes, or do you have to click a button?
Yeah, no, I am.
Because I have to click a button. I'm not.
Then go to the little 3 dots at the top right of your screen and switch it to the desktop site, and then he'll have to let you back in. But you will be able to see the live chat in your screen on the right-hand side, along with all of us.
Yeah, maybe I don't get that because I'm on an iPad. Oh.
I'm on a cell phone right now. You just have to go to that little menu and click desktop site, and it makes your phone try a little harder. It makes my phone want to overheat. Like, it's pretty effing toasty right now, but it allows you to do.
Is it different on Apple though?
Or no, I don't think it just allows you to do more things. Because if I'm on the mobile side without hitting that desktop button, I'm not allowed to see chat. I'm not allowed to do half the stuff I'm able to right now.
But
just because I clicked that button. Do you have 3 dots at the top right of your screen?
No, I don't.
What? Right next to the StreamYard thing. 3 little dots.
No.
All the way at the very, 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 very top.
Top right? No. On the top right, I have the mini screen that says you're in the show. Everyone can hear and see you. And then I have the download.
Wherever your menu button is, that gives you the option to, we'll say, share, find in page, add to home screen, open in browser. Whatever button brings up all of those options.
I know what you're talking about because when I stream, I have those settings.
Because I'm not streaming. I'm not the one streaming either. I'm just on it.
And you get it?
I'm on a Google phone, I think. No, I'm on a Samsung. I'm just on a old Samsung Note, I think, even shattered to pieces. But if you have that menu button, which you should have if you're on a website, all of them have it. Even with my iPad, I thought. It's been a few years since I had my iPod, but from what I remember, it had one.
The only button I have is the audio, video, flip, chat, and leave.
No, and I'm not talking about a button that is involving with this page. I'm talking about on the very edge of your screen, like where you would have your reload button.
Yeah,
It's a-
I only have a plus, and then the double squares, which is I think the tab, and then the square
hit
with
the
the
little
arrow.
squares. Hit little
Oh,
squares or hit the plus. See what happens.
Okay.
Trial by error. No harm, no foul. If one pops up
Okay,
a
the
menu,
plus opens up the plus opens up a new tab, and then the other one is the download button, and which I can't even select it, and then the two squares zooms out of all the windows that are open.
and that's
I
your
think it
only
might be
option.
different.
That's your only options on all edges of your screen.
Yeah, on the left side you have the open book, which is like the bookmark for like history and stuff.
Lincoln says if it's an iPhone 7, it has 3 dots on the right hand corner.
Yes.
Yeah, it's an iPad. I don't know.
Oh,
Third
iPad.
generation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, we're getting to the bottom of this just because there's nothing better to do, and I feel like I want to.
What's up, Lincoln? I didn't even see anyone here. I have to manually check it.
See, that's what we're trying to solve. Oh, shit.
Well, Label, I was going to tell you if you, a lot of my coins are MS65 and 66. So if that's something you want to collect, I'm more than happy to do something like that.
Yeah. You know,
Howard,
And if you do, you got 2 kids or just one?
I have I really have 3, but you know the oldest one's not biologically not mine, but she's mine. The dad's not around, and I take care of her. And then I have one on the way in January.
Oh, congratulations!
Yeah, thank you.
Well, if you would like to collect things in groups of 4, I can do that too. That way you have stuff to pass down.
Yeah. Like those are things I'm looking for too. You know, like birth years. But you know what I was thinking was I'll send you a payment, and then maybe half just do whatever package you're able to do. Then the other half maybe whatever supply you could do, or whatever holder. Or
I was thinking about that. I would send you like
and you too.
A book included with it. Yeah, I was thinking about that because you said you couldn't get books. So if I send you Rosie's, it'll probably be in a Rosie book just to have a twofer.
Yeah, and super. I'll set whatever I send you to. Just whatever you can put together is cool.
Oh yeah.
I don't want to.
Rich Kelly selection by any means, because I don't think anybody on YouTube right now has Rich Kelly selection. Let's be real.
Yeah.
Not that I know of.
But I got some goodies. I can say that, especially if you like varieties. Because I do like to put.
Yeah. The thing about varieties, right, is you can do it by yourself. You don't need someone. You could be at home and be okay by yourself. So I'm always either at work or with my kids or by myself.
See, but that'll drive you nuts when you end up like me and have boxes upon boxes upon boxes of stuff like this that you need a second opinion on before you know really what it is because you don't trust yourself.
Yeah.
I got so much stuff that I would just like to show somebody who knows more than me just to have them hold it and look at it in firsthand so they can tell me whether I'm retarded or not.
Yeah. I need that too. Like
That's
I need
why
someone
I'm
to say, I need someone to tell me roll that, put that back in the roll, and hold on to that, and all of that. Get a new roll. Because that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking about 3/4 of what I have is nothing. You know.
I can tell you now, based on personal experience, every nickel that I thought was something, except for the exception of like three, for the first 3 months of my collecting, was jack shit.
Yeah.
I'm ashamed to even look at the 2x2s that I created. It's like 100 2x2 of just absolute nonsense because it was a mushy reverse die, and I thought it was a double because I didn't realize that like 80% of the nickels when they're worn at all have that mushy reverse on them that just look like slightly doubled in cents on almost every single one.
Yeah.
Yep.
I wish I would have thought about that before I wasted 100 flips, a couple hundred staples, and a lot of time.
And I don't even want to mention how many times I thought I had a double die before I really learned what is a true double die and what's a machine doubling and hub doubling and die deterioration.
It
There's
still gets you.
so
still
many
gets-
variations. It's hard.
Yeah.
Even knowledgeable people make mistakes.
Yeah.
I
'Cause-
argue with incuse doubling. I that's where I put my foot down. That's where I stopped my quarter. I don't look at quarters anymore. Well, new quarters. I don't look at America the Beautiful quarters, because I disagree with what I was told, and I disagree at a very like in depth to my very core. I disagree with what I was told. I have an example of a George Rogers Clark that in I say this is double. I say it's a DDR all day, clear as day DDR. They say that it is a new form of worthless doubling called incuse doubling. But even at that rate, I call shenanigans at how clear this thing is. Incuse doubling basically means everything you ever thought was doubled now means nothing.
Okay.
I have split serifs. I have split arms of a K where it basically looks like the K on the upper arms has two arms. They're so separated. And they say that is nothing. That is just how incuse doubling is.
That's something I learned recently. You know, even if there's a split lines in between a letter or a number,
Oh no,
a lot of it's not even a double. You know.
it's not shelf-like. It's not behind it. It's not faint. It's not machined. It is basically it is the same height, two arms of a K, very clearly. But that is incuse doubling. That is how a new machine doubled on a inverted die for the new America the Beautiful. How half of it's indented instead of an Audi like it used to be.
Yeah.
Well,
Those are nice.
When it machine doubles on those, that's what this supposedly looks like. But I went through an entire box of these George Rogers Clark quarters and found one example. One.
Yeah.
Just uno. And they tell me that this is common on these quarters, and I call shenanigans because I looked at something like 1,000 of them and saw one.
Boy, that Tony's crazy. Yeah.
So I saved it. I still have it. It's sitting right here in front of me. And I even have it in a little 2-pack next to a regular one that doesn't have the variety. Just so whoever I gave it to could see what it was supposed to look like versus what it looks like.
Yeah. Well, that Tony's crazy.
And Peavy and them told me nay. And I disagree still. So until I'm in the ANA and I'm a grader, that's going to stay right here. And I'll grade that shit myself.
Grading's so tough. I'll never say that I'm a capable grader of anything but just a very few amount of coins in certain grades. It's so tough.
My goal is to be a grader. That's kind of what I want to try to do. So I'm gonna do the summer show, and I'm gonna join the ANA and see if I can't take the test to see if I can actually be a grader. I want to try. Like genuinely,
Wow.
I want to all out. I want to all out try.
What is that, Rich? Is that like a 66 or
And
is that a key date? The 21?
No.
no, that's the least key date, but they're pretty harsh
That's the
graded.
last year,
So
right?
I would say
Is that the year they went to the piece?
your breast isn't very well. I'd say 64. Yeah, no, you wouldn't get more than 64. You would need a stronger strike.
I used to have one more again. I don't know what happened to it, but I had one. Now I don't have any.
She had a pretty clean cheek.
Oh yeah, that purple tone is nice. I see it.
That's a pretty decent strike.
Yeah, the big advantage on these ones is most of them are coins that were picked up in the 30s and 40s.
Come on, accept the zoom. Let me focus my brain. Yeah. All right. Ooh, that's pretty
First alarm.
Rich, what do you mean in the 30s though? Like someone picked up a bulk
cool. Ooh, that is a
and you got it
good
from them?
strike.
These
I like
coins,
that one.
these coins
I
come
like
from
that.
a collection that I purchased, and it was from a couple that at about 12 or 13 years old, I joined the local coin club,
Yeah.
and they ran it and took me back to their house and took me into a walk-in safe that just had
Wow.
all these coins.
To the personal collection, yeah.
And they were kind of older at the time, and I grew up with the family because I was over there for the next 10 or probably 15
Ooh,
years.
that is a good PL.
Wow.
And
Yeah, I'd say PL definitely. Damn, that's a good strike though. That breast was definitely a full breast.
yeah, most of these do have all the feathers, but they taught me all this stuff about the coins. I didn't even know about the large cent, half cent, any of that at that time.
No, that's a PL.
And
That might even be a dimple.
they passed away and left a letter for me.
Oh really?
Told their kids to have me evaluate and help them sell the collection, but to offer it to me first. But it was so far over my head, I knew there was no way that I was going to be able to purchase it. So I picked a couple coins, and then I tried to help them sell it, and I called in a bunch of dealers, and the dealers only offered like 7 and 8 grand. And finally one guy was willing to go to 10 grand. And I told him, he's so far off. I said, this collection's worth so much more. I said, you do not want to sell it for that price. And they said, well, they were kind of stuck because they needed to get some bills paid and stuff. And this was what they needed to do. And the family had agreed to sell it. And so I told him, well, it's worth so much more than $10,000. Said, let me give you some money. And I gave them most of that money and took the collection.
Wow.
And within a couple months, I ended up paying them another 15 grand.
Wow.
So I paid 25 grand for the coins, but I sold some really nice ones to make the money quick for them.
Yeah.
So this huge collection that I have is a collection. As a kid, I just envied so hard. I was so envious of these coins, but these people were so nice. They were constantly giving me coins and building my collection, and they were wonderful people.
They ran
I
that
wish
coin flip.
collecting still meant the same.
Yeah, they had kids that didn't care. They never followed in their parents' footsteps, and both of their parents had collected as single people, and then got married, and just kept buying coins.
No, but that club though, they ran that club you joined when you were young.
Yeah,
Oh, right on. Were you able to get most of the collection, or was most of it sold?
I
He got it all.
yeah, I ended up with the whole thing, but I sold about probably a third of it to make the last half for the 15 grand.
Yeah. Wow.
But I have 7 Carson Cities. One's a semi-key date 85 Carson City with the tone reverse. And if you watch my $50 or 50 pounds of silver video,
Uh huh. You break that one
you
down.
have to do. I have a lot of streams, so you got to weed through the streams and look for the videos.
Okay.
And those ones, the 50 pounds of silver shows a lot of this collection. I ended up right now. I have almost 200 pounds of silver.
Wow.
That's the 50 pounds of silver is just a part of the collection. But I got a lot of it put away and stashed, and my kids have a lot of it.
Right on.
So
That's what I plan on doing. Is just passing it on to my kids. Under the condition they pass it on.
yeah, and that's the key thing is to make it keep helping family.
My grandpa, when he passed away, he gave land to all of his kids, enough land for everyone to have their own, for us to have a family compound, a whole street, our own street. And
Cool.
The way he set it up though was, I don't know how he did it, but he did it to a way where no one can sell it. They can't sell the land. Because like a lot of land now in Guam is like being bought out by, for foreigners.
Investors, yeah.
Yeah, so he set it up where no one could sell the land. I don't know how he did it, but yeah. Yeah. Those Carson City. I always watch videos on that. Those are like the stuff I just droll about.
Yeah.
I don't own a single Carson City yet. I'm
Oh,
trying
you
to.
don't, Zipper?
Nope, not a single one. In this massive little hoard that I'm accumulating, I still don't own a single CC. Not due to a lack of trying.
In the video, I show 330 something silver dollars pieces
Whoa.
at Morgan's. I think I had like 1,300 quarters and 700 or 800 half dollars, something like that.
Whoa.
I've got it all written on the video. It's pretty cool. 50 pounds of silver. It's actually quite a bit of coin.
Man, I think 5 pounds is a lot.
I did pretty good when spot price went down to $14 an ounce. I didn't realize that I had accumulated what I did, but I think I packed on over 100 ounces in that 3-month period.
That's fantastic.
Right, and then when I had to get rid of some, spot price was over 18. So every ounce of silver I had bought had a $5 premium on it already.
Now realize where I was. Been collecting since the 60s. I was getting silver rolls for the price of $10, $5 for the dime. Solid.
Say that one more time.
Solid silver rolls. Well, yeah, I was buying those rolls in the mid 60s and right up to about 69 or 70. I forget. I think 71 or 2 is when silver just went out of went all the way up to $50.
80 is where it stopped. It hit effing 80 an ounce is where it hit.
Now, see, I don't remember seeing $80 an ounce. I only remember.
That could have been in the 2008 when it hit the 80. I know it was one of the spikes where it went so outrageously high it actually touched 80.
Yeah, wasn't it like just a day?
Yeah, but it was just like for a day. Yes, it was in that little spreadsheet where it shows the spikes and a peak spike. It was like 80, 86.
Yeah, because when
All
it hit
through-
50, it was for a few days, but I panicked. I sold a little bit sooner. But those rolls I paid face value for. So,
Wow.
You got around 500% profit, basically.
yeah, I made like $17,000 or $18,000 off of my rolls.
Yeah, and seeing I'd only been collecting for less than 6 months, and I had a $5 premium on every ounce that I had to get rid of reluctantly. So in under a year on having to flip, that's a pretty good profit margin for the lack of risk involved.
Wow.
So, and then the second time I did it, I was paying, I think I was paying 90 to 100 for a roll of silver. It had dropped that much. And then I reinvested most of my money.
See, I want to get the gold Indians. My favorite coin is still the $5 gold Indian by far. It's my favorite obverse design. I just know that they're not even the most pricey.
I'm sorry, guys.
Oh, okay. They're not the most priciest coin. I mean, they're pricey because it's gold and it's old. But as far as like the Saint God and stuff, it's not the stupid ridiculous one. But that's my goal. Is by the end of this year, I want to own one. I want to own.
Oh, that's nice.
Because they go for what in very, very low grade. Where are you, price guys? $6.
Those are nice, man. Rich, does your kids collect?
Yeah, not by choice.
Oh, really?
No, I had to force it on them. But when we had a couple scares in a couple other countries like South America, and they saw where, the people that survived were the ones that had silver, they started paying more attention. But like
Oh,
my grandkids, when they were born, I matched their weight in silver and always added every year. And I
oh,
was
really?
able to do it with the first like 5 grandkids, but I have 10. So I haven't, and I've got some big moose boys. So
Yeah.
it was hard to keep up. I'm still trying to catch up. But yeah, that's almost 200 pounds of silver just between my grandkids. So
No, but when you say you
that's
match
not
the,
included in my collection.
but when you match the weight, you're saying when they were born, their weight, you put that same amount of weight in silver for
Yep.
them aside.
Yep. And then every year I catch back up.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's turned out really good because now my oldest grandkids, she'll be starting college in like 4 years.
Yeah.
So, I probably got 15 grand in her collection. So maybe a little bit better than that. And then she's got graded coins that are worth quite a bit that aren't included in that. So, and it's silver, goes up $5 or $10, that
Yep.
really
That's-
changes the value.
Yeah.
So, and I did it smart with them too, because I had them doing the hard work first with the coins to make them appreciate them. And they love that part. It's funny that, you do that with them and make them, go through the coins and get rid of the spotted coins and put it in that pile and put the clean ones in this pile and check
Yeah.
the dates, check the mint mark. And yeah, they love that part. And now they wear gloves and masks and
Really? Wow.
Yeah, I'm
That's
probably
cool.
not getting my favorite coin by the end of this year. For me to get a very fine at the cheapest, according to this, is 700.
Which one is that one?
My favorite coin is the $10 gold Indian from 1907 to 1933.
And verified is the least grade you want it in.
Yeah, and very fine is the lowest grade you can even find them in, and it's $700 for the cheapest and least key date year. So the lowest grade, lowest or highest mintage is 700 on the button.
Yeah, those
But
gold
the
coins
funny
are
part
crazy.
To get that in a very fine is 700. To get that in an MS60 is 875. There's only $175 difference from a very fine to an MS60.
It's crazy.
That's absolutely nothing. Most of them have a difference of, let's see, this one is 975 to 4,500.
Yeah, and in reality, when you're collecting better coins, you really want to stick with MS65 and up.
Yeah.
I don't know about gold. Gold's a bit different. I don't do gold, but the silver and the other US coins, if you
65,
go
right?
below 65, they just don't gain value every year. But you can
They
look
drop
at all
value.
the old red
drop
books
like fast.
and see all the MS65 and up coins always increase in value.
Always, yes. I picked me up a 1931S. It's AU55 for $50.
Cool.
That's a low min. That's the second lowest minted penny so far.
What year is that certificate?
1899, I think. Let's see here.
Wow. My mom says, when I was small, I had
Yeah, 1899.
My mom said I had silver certificates, but I don't remember it. So
I have a couple silver certificates I can sell you if you're interested.
yeah. Well, like when I send you, like both of you, just whatever you think, whatever if you were in my position, whatever you would pick, I'd be okay with, so.
Yeah, and I know that Rich here's got an honest heart too. So I believe that I know what I would send. It would be just guaranteed it too.
Yeah.
Well, see, there's an advantage here because I don't really do the error coins.
Yeah.
So, he has a bunch of error coins that he could probably include in the deal with you. So,
Oh shit!
I do high grade.
And
Yeah, I do the high grade coins and I do all the different dates for the pennies and nickels and quite a few of the dimes. But the pennies I have, I got 3 different years in 40s, and then from 50 on up, I have every year and every mint mark.
Wow.
Yeah, and I have a lot of grease strikes, double dies, some clip planchets, some blank planchets, shit, RPMs. Yeah, a lot of variety. And I'm working on my toned collection at the moment. Is what I've decided that I'm gonna work on while I can. And I also have a surplus of presets from 68 to about 90. I have every year.
Hey guys,
So
I'm gonna need to run.
Okay.
Say hi.
Hi.
That's my
Hi,
little
buddy.
grandson. These are my
Hi.
coin friends that I talk to. You know that, don't you?
Yeah.
Is it breakfast time?
Yeah, he's just waking up, so I need to get going.
Right on.
Yes, you do.
Thanks for
Family wins.
Nice getting back on here, guys. I've been missing the show.
It's good to see you, Rick. I'm glad you're okay. I was getting worried about you.
Yeah, just dealing with a lot of the California BS, but it
I
is.
know how that goes. I'm glad you're not on fire, and I'm glad you still have power.
Thank
Yep.
you very much. Me too. And you guys in the chat room, thanks. I appreciate you being here. Mike Wolf, sorry to catch you coming back in. I'll catch you guys probably later tonight or the next couple days. I'll be back on.
Oh, I'm a
Rachel,
grifter.
send me an email and
Yes.
we'll
Thank you.
go from there. You bet.
Yeah, I'll be emailing both of you. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Of course,
Be
my
safe.
friend. I will
Hey, it's what it's
see
all
you
about.
next time.
Thank you.
See you guys later. Thanks for joining in on my stream.
Yes,
I'll
sir.
wait.
Thank you. Thanks, Super. I'll hit you up later, guys.
Thanks, Rhonda. All right.